and disadvantage inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization.
Flag football for ages 8 to 14 runs through October 20th, and PACE needs sponsors to help pay for refs, jerseys, and other equipment. Go to paceomaha.org to help. And thank you for your support from PACE.
Please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sent him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair at Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Big shoes.
Big shoes.
Oh, those will be big shoes, all right.
Yeah.
Big
Very
shoes.
big, very big shoes.
What's up, Hap?
Oh, nothing.
Big shoes.
What's up, dudes?
Living.
Oh, not too much. Not
Living.
too much. Spent the day with Creighton basketball. That was fun.
Look at John.
Oh, getting ready for the winter. You want to wish away fall,
yeah, you,
interestingly
Nick,
enough.
cue the song, please.
No, not
Oh,
that
the
song. No. God. What a horrible song.
Is great.
What a horrible song. Hey, the Rams just traded Van Jefferson. We got to break in and talk about that.
What did you trade him for?
We traded him to the Falcons.
They traded him for a falcon.
A falcon?
A falcon. Yes,
a
we
bird?
wanted-
They
we
gave
wanna-
him a falcon.
Because we have an open air,
my
but it's
Falcon
still a
noise.
dome stadium.
People
we can
forget
fly
lightning delays
we
in
can,
LA.
We can fly the Falcon in through the stadium and out
Oh,
through the
that's
stadium.
cool.
Is it a hunting falcon? Are they that strapped for cash? They just need to have a bird do their food hunting for them instead of supplying it?
No, we're just hoping that the bird pokes the eye out of the opposing team's quarterback.
Remember our former coworker who was a Falcons fan, and that was when John's whole bit about the Alkins started coming into existence
Yes.
because they can get the F out. He went to
I
a
don't.
football game this weekend. Yeah, you weren't here.
Was that
how's
Twitty?
he doing? How's Twitty doing?
Well, he's an
Yeah.
Arizona fan apparently now. He's wearing Arizona gear.
Oh, what a fraud.
yeah, what happened, Twitty? Sad.
He
Very
likes the
sad.
Arizona Cardinals.
I don't know. He
instead?
went to a Cardinals
He
game
was a
where
big Alkins fan.
yeah. Now maybe he's
Giant
just doing
Falcons.
this to support them. You
Well,
know,
sometimes you go to games, you want to
Oh.
buy the merch.
Is his
Just-
wife a Cards fan?
No. If I go,
No
I've
idea.
been to
She's
a
from
I've been
Idaho.
to Chiefs games. I don't buy Chiefs merch.
yeah, I'm going to a Chiefs game. I'm not wearing no Chiefs merch.
You're
I
gonna,
wear
you
neutral
have to for
colors.
self-preservation.
I'm wearing black. I'm just gonna wear black. Let's see. Here he is at a
no.
Seahawks game
I went
last
to
year.
I went to like a baseball. I went to like an Orioles game and I got an Orioles shirt.
Yeah, well, that's baseball.
Well,
And
That's
I
that's
can't,
fine.
nice to
I
be
can't wear
immersed.
other teams' gear.
It's nice to be immersed sometimes. You
Yeah,
know?
John doesn't do that. John, he hates everything that's not his teams.
That's crazy, John.
I don't
just like
hate
baseball.
everything. I just can't. The only thing I have that's not Ram, I do have a Packers hat. And the reason I have a Packers hat,
You have
Well,
that weird Iowa
What
hat.
the hell?
The purple Iowa hat.
there's a story behind that. But the Packers hat was
There's a story behind everything.
when they were the team that ended the Packers or the Cowboys and 49ers run with Favre.
That's why you bought it.
Yes. That
Oh
was
my
a dark period.
That is
Josh.
the biggest
That was-
loser move
that-
I have ever heard.
No, the biggest loser move is being a Dallas Cowboys fan.
No, it's mostly winning, but then the playoffs happen and they lose.
By the way, I did pass on the way in today. The Sunday Night Football truck was driving back from Frisco, going east.
Oh, fun! I wonder if they had any mementos from Sunday night.
No, but I thought I saw Dak Prescott's
Was he getting
jersey being
drugged
drugged
behind?
behind the back.
I did
Whoops, ran that.
I read my
over.
favorite Cowboys writer. He does his offensive film study on Tuesdays. Man, that was a tough hang.
I bet it
That
was.
was a tough hang.
Nothing
Tomorrow's
happened.
the defense. I can't wait to read that one.
That one might be
Darker than the offensive
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad. Dak was pretty rough on Sunday. He missed a lot of wide open guys.
John, what's with the background?
John is now into videos as the background,
That
Nick.
tripped me out.
You like
Yeah.
it?
I don't know how I feel.
John,
about
I'm
it.
worried that it's like it's like slowing down our video.
You think it is?
It's
You
getting
think
a
it's
little
distracting
glitchy.
for the friends of the program? They're
John
going to be
doesn't care
spending
about
time
that.
watching that than listening to us.
At
and our
least they're
takes.
watching, Nick.
Oh, see,
least
now
they
you
watch.
broke it, John.
Oh.
Look, you
Oh,
literally are
oh,
skinning the
God.
spinny ball of death.
Okay,
Oh,
but
now
that's
you're back.
not. That has nothing to do with the background. That has to do with our crappy internet.
Furley
Adam.
says, I do not like this background.
Well, there you go. There's a different one. You want a different one?
There's too much going on, John.
Yeah, I just
There's a
kind of, I
lot
think
going on.
maybe a blank one, John. The blank ones were working pretty good. Remember those?
Can you just play full NFL games in the background?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Play the
The
play
only
the
one,
49ers
You can only
Cowboys
see it
the
game.
only
that
one I
little
have is the
crack.
Sunday night game. I'm sorry.
Rats.
That'd be great if you could only see it through that little tiny crack.
That'd
where
be
the-
hilarious.
There you go. There's a boring stationary one then.
Boring
Jeez.
and stationary. John, when you watch TV, do they just have random crap going on behind
Yeah,
them?
there is. It's always moving. That's
Looked like
TV.
it looked like one of those visualizers from Microsoft.
Yes.
Media player, Windows Media Player.
Mhm.
All right. Well, that conversation died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Sorry, I
you
just
got to go back to
I
John.
turned my head and I saw the video. I'm like, oh,
No, but yeah, I already told the story about the Iowa hat
yeah.
because I was at Adventureland. It was the only thing they had.
But you still that's
Come
still a
on
hat from
over
another
to
team.
Adventure.
Yeah, but then it cashed in nicely 30 years later when I wore it to the 4 Milk game.
Mm.
And I covered up all the Iowa stuff with 4 Milk beat Iowa. And then they
That hat
proceeded
said-
to choke.
I do wonder what Husker fans thought of you. Were like, is this guy a Husker fan? What's going on with his hat?
No, I had all the stuff on it that beat Iowa,
I know,
4 Milk. I
okay.
had a slash through the Hawkeye logo.
Okay.
So it was an anti-Iowa hat.
I do get it though. If you're at a place and your team isn't performing in that, maybe it's nice to just pick a team and just kind of support them in that moment, right? Like when I go see the Nebraska and Panthers game.
Get whatever
next
hat
season,
you want.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
wear
care.
a UNI shirt to that game.
But you're supported, but that's a team that's playing in the game.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
fine.
But not like the Huskers.
But you're not a Nebraska fan. So it
Yeah,
makes
I'm not
sense.
really a Panthers fan either.
You're a troll.
I'm not really a troll.
You're a troll.
It's a lesser. I care a little
You're a
more about the
troll.
Panthers than the Huskers.
Okay.
Oh, that's fair. That's fine.
If I was a troll, I'd go wearing a Hawkeye shirt.
Brett writes in about backgrounds. Over COVID, I recorded myself sitting at my desk so that when I was on calls, I could get up from my desk and people would think I was still sitting at my desk. It was hilarious.
That's amazing.
That's a great idea.
I should have done that for the monthly meetings we used to have back
Oh
then.
my God, those.
Just
You guys
sit
never
there.
did see the one where, because I was driving in and I just pointed the phone out my car windshield. But no one, I never saw anyone in the comments say anything about.
I think because we all probably
Because nobody cared.
Yeah, no, we all minimized our Zoom.
Oh,
and
okay.
we were trying not to pay attention. The worst
I
was
was-
the people who didn't know how to mute anything.
Yeah, I
So
know.
How is this constantly a problem?
wild. I don't know.
We still got people sending emails to everybody.
It was
I
pretty
think
bad.
COVID really showed how technologically impaired a lot of people
Oh,
somehow are.
100%.
It doesn't
But that's
make
not
any
even
sense
that.
to me.
It's just attention to detail. It's
It's
just
just
like
muting.
you can click a button.
Yeah.
Just click a button. It's not like you don't know how to click the button.
There were also some pretty good reply all debates that happened during COVID.
Oh, I bet.
Mhm.
With a couple of folks from our former morning show. They responded, and then there was arguments happening. And then
Yeah, it got
after that,
crazy.
only our boss was allowed to email the entire office.
That was good change.
Then radio people think that they're always really funny, so they always feel like they have to reply all to the reply all.
Oh, when it's like, couldn't you please quit replying all? And then they're like,
Especially when a bunch of different markets are involved at one time.
oh, I forgot about that.
Star Wars Fiend's got a great question.
Oh,
Hey, Star
Because
Wars
Nick
fiend.
was at the WWE last night.
Yeah.
You should have held up a sign that said "Friends of the Grum" at 1620 the zone. You dropped the ball.
wow.
Yeah,
I
what the
did.
hell?
I'm sorry.
Bought a $40 shirt.
Weren't you on the opposite side of the hard cam? So we might have been able to
No,
see
I
it.
was on the hard cam. I even waved a few times just so I could see myself on the big screen.
Okay, but if you would have held up a "Friends of the Grum" sign, you would have been seen even easier.
I didn't think about
So wait, you were
signs,
one of
I'm
those
sorry.
typical guys that sees himself on the big screen and you point at it? Oh, the big screen.
No, I wasn't pointing, I was waving. And it was mostly a test because I'm like, hey, I think I'm in that section in the background. I am in
Again,
that section in the
"Friends
background.
of the Grum." Think of the
Yeah.
promotional abilities.
Yeah, we want more people listening to the show, Nick.
Sorry, I dropped the ball, guys.
There's got to be some rule where they'll come around and like take away your sign if you're trying to promote something else.
Mm.
I don't know.
Well,
But they probably see Friends of the Grum and be like, "What the hell is this person talking about? Let him go."
During the commercial, one of the commercial breaks, they had the sign cam go around the arena. Then they showed a video on the big screen in the middle of everybody's signs. But that wasn't a broadcast thing. That was just an in-house thing.
Mm.
man, we could have been famous.
Could've.
Missed opportunity.
Sorry,
And
guys.
you would have been doing a public service because all the people watching at home with ED problems would have known, oh, that's how I fix my erection.
AM radio.
I just stuff
Yeah.
AM radio down my pants.
How'd that work yesterday, by the way? Everything go good?
Well, you should have seen it, Nick, in the 5 minutes before the show started. That was a wild time.
Yeah?
The noises coming out of our computers. We were all very confused. And then it got fixed.
Yeah.
Did you like those songs that I sent?
Yeah, work great.
Just this stream. Yeah.
Just the stream being wild?
Yeah, it was a lot of craziness, but we're all good now.
We're all good now.
We're all right.
So, Nick, tell us about your $50 T-shirt.
$40. I wasn't planning on getting it because I'd spent too much money getting food before we went there. But then, you know how it is, like you're kind of in the moment, then you're in the vibe, and you're like, yeah, I could spend $40 for an experience. Like
no,
a t-shirt.
I am very supportive of buying merch at things.
Yeah, but you have money.
Yeah,
correct.
It was one. So I
Well,
also made
more
the
money.
This is like meals now. This is how many meals, Nick? Like 8 meals?
I had also made the mistake of checking my bank
10.
account before that, and I'm like, I could technically afford a $40 t-shirt. It's not like a smart purchase, but
Definitely not.
I could, so I did.
Okay.
And it just
You
says,
could have had
yeah,
Austin
on it.
316, you know,
Yeah.
instead.
They didn't have any. They didn't have any Austin 316
Wow.
shirts.
What does yeah mean?
It's LA Knight. It's this wrestler.
yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
about it's Usher.
Yeah.
No,
Usher.
no.
Okay.
There's this wrestler LA Knight, and that's just the bit he does. He'll
What?
just say, yeah.
That's what he
That's
says.
just that's his bit.
yeah.
He used to have.
I mean, that's pretty much everyone now. I mean, there used to be the yes
What?
guy, and now there's the yeah guy.
Okay.
and it is,
what?
It
Pretty
is
soon
really.
there'll be the guy.
It is kind of funny though, because like you'll just be in the crowd and you'll just say yeah, and then without fail, 2 or 3 other people will also go like yeah in response.
So does he wear a mask?
No.
A night mask?
He does not.
What the hell? Who is this guy?
He's just a
Why is he LA Knight?
he's just a big beefy man. He just goes yeah.
Interesting.
That's his whole bit. His whole bit is he just says yeah.
I
You know,
like
back in my day, the wrestlers had gimmicks like the garbage man, the hockey
it.
goon,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The clown.
the Elvis impersonator, who was the greatest intercontinental champion of all time.
Who was the
Oh,
clown
yeah.
again? Doink.
Doink the clown.
Seriously.
Now we just have yeah guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Axiom was there. Axiom's pretty cool. He has a mask.
I think
He's
we
got,
should
like, a
call
superhero
Josh
thing.
McDaniels Doink the Clown for his decision to kick that field goal from 50 yards last night
He-
instead of going for
It's
it.
pretty normal for him now. He just loves making stupid decisions.
He's very good at it.
Well, it turned out to be the right play because he knew that Andrew Love couldn't throw the damn ball down the field to save his life.
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, Andrew Love, whatever his name
He
is.
stinks.
He's bad.
You know what he does? He tries to play like Aaron Rodgers. He like drops back in goofy
Yeah,
ways.
he
and
does the
throws it.
fancy cool
And
stuff.
it's like you
Yeah.
can't do it, man.
It's okay, just be normal.
Yeah, just be a normal quarterback. for
See,
once.
Aaron Rodgers' best attribute was he didn't take too many things from Brett Favre.
Yeah, seriously.
It's true.
In the words of Nick Shirt, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope he didn't take the stealing from poor people from Brett Favre.
Well,
People forget about that.
who knows? Who knows what else he'll do?
It's Brett Favre's birthday.
Well,
today.
apparently this guy, this LA Knight guy steals from poor people. He got you to spend $40 on a shirt.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's going to be his new bet.
Yeah.
I'm getting people to spend money they don't have. Yeah.
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 Dummy. Yeah. That was he used to have this button that he pressed and it said dummy, and then he would just say yeah after that. The dumbest bit, but it's so fun.
Wait, so
He doesn't do it anymore. That was back when he was in AEW or
so
whatever.
he's addressing the crowd as if they are dummies.
I don't know.
Dummy.
Yeah.
And then you say yeah because you're responding because you're the
Oh,
dummy.
he also says yeah. So like he hit the button and it said dummy, and then he would also say
Yeah,
yeah.
I
I
don't
don't
get
get the
wrestling
bit,
anymore.
but it's a fun bit.
Man, tell you what, wrestling's changed a lot.
Yeah, what happened?
When I first started watching, if you want to watch how society has changed, go back and watch wrestling from like the early 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, even early 90s wrestling is insane.
Well, I'm thinking of things of more of a problematic nature.
John,
Oh, the
The
N-word.
early 90s.
Well, they didn't use the N-word, but let's just say that
Close to it.
all the black wrestlers, when they gave
Oh,
you a
no.
headbutt,
Oh,
it was
no.
like the most paralyzing thing in the world. And like Jesse the Body he'd always refer to Tito Santana as Chico Santana and make, cheap jokes about,
Yeah.
gardening and whatnot. I mean, it was a lot less PC back then.
I mean, John,
That makes
even
sense.
early 90s Raw was bad. Yokozuna was Samoan, and they made him into like this whole sumo wrestler.
yeah, but that's not
Japanese
as
kind of
bad
thing.
as basically using, racial stereotypes.
Well, there was that
So
other.
in a lot of ways, the wrestling world mirrors the real world.
That's true.
Oh, thank you, wrestling.
So now we're
And they're
too
they're
PC.
getting Saudi money. It very
And
much.
they're
is-
All we have
Yeah.
now, we're so watered down that we just have a guy who says
yeah.
yeah.
And people spend $40 on the shirt.
I don't remember the name of the wrestler, but there was another guy in the 90s who his whole character was he was from this African village and he was a cannibal, but he was really just a dude from New York.
Mm.
Oh, you
Otson
mean-
says
you
lots
mean
of
Kamala?
lots of Lots of Pearl Harbor references, according to Odson, in the 80s.
Oh,
There were.
Wow.
Yeah, anytime Mr. Fuji, would throw a bag of sand in someone's face, it'd be like, oh, real Pearl Harbor job by Mr. Fuji.
Whoa. Wow, 80s wrestling. Wow. Wow.
dang. And instead, we just have
Yeah.
guy. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not even.
I can imagine all
it's
the
not even what.
I can imagine all the writers sitting back there going, okay, so we got the Mexican wrestler against the Japanese wrestler. Let's see. Could we have the Japanese wrestler make fun of the Mexican wrestler's heritage? No, we can't do that. Can we have no, we can't do that. Well, what can they do? Well, they can just go, yeah.
Odson says, imagine the backlash if someone said WWE in WWE, he really 9/11 him there. Yeah, that would have been bad.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause, I mean,
Yeah.
well, the Iron Sheik,
Oh,
he
had
got
some
all
things
that
to
heat
say.
because of the hostage situation. Imagine if his character had been around today. Been blaming him for 9/11.
Is he alive? Did he just die?
He just passed
died.
away a
R.I.P.
few months ago.
Yeah.
He had takes about things.
Oh,
Josh.
he did.
Did he? Oh, I remember him on Twitter. I never followed him, but I had some friends who did, and they really loved his Twitter account. Really loved it.
A lot of times
It actually was pretty funny because most of the time it was about how he was going to break Hulk Hogan's back and do some things to him, violate him, and then make him
Speaking of
humble.
the N-word.
Yes. Yeah.
Hulk.
Yeah.
Brother.
Hulk Hogan? Not cool.
Now, in all fairness, when we were all being
wow.
raised on the Hulkster, he only talked about saying the vitamins and saying the prayers, eating the vitamins, and drinking your milk. He never said anything about the N-word.
Yeah, that was a later
Yeah,
thing. At least
later on.
recorded.
Yeah, he never cut that promo on Bad News Brown.
That's probably for the best.
different Hulk.
Different Hulk.
Brother.
You know what? It usually turns out that the good guys, the guys that played the good guys on the TV in real life, were the worst.
That makes
And the
sense.
guys who played the bad guys were actually good people.
I bet guy is a huge.
LA Knight,
Sure.
he might be a tool. I don't know.
Yeah.
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 Who are
Macho
some
Man.
other wrestling
Macho
guys?
Man's not like problematic, is he?
He's dead.
I know he's dead.
No, he was just very overprotective. That's the thing about the Macho Man was
Oh,
a lot of
yeah.
what you saw on the camera, he was like, I mean, he lived his character. He lived the gimmick.
Randy
He
Savage.
And he was
Randy
very
the Macho Man.
overprotective of Miss Elizabeth.
He died in 2011.
Wow.
R.I.P.
Long time.
I was
It's been a
listening
while.
to this show,
It's been a while.
and Kevin could not be consoled
Hmm.
because Scoop never got the Macho Man to come on the program.
Wow. But she killed Michael
But
Jackson.
she killed Michael Jackson.
Jeez. Unreal.
There's a lot of wrestlers that just have these dumb one-liners they do after a move, like Gable. I don't remember his first name, but he'll be "Thank you," just like that.
What the
I know,
hell is
it's
going
insane.
on?
Very happy
So-
I'm out on
He'll just be
wrestling.
like, "Thank you."
Yeah, it's not as exciting as it was when
Yeah,
you were a
Nick, tell
kid.
me about some more wrestlers that we have now. What do they say?
I mean,
we have guy, we have thank
Thank you.
I'm not
guy.
super deep into it, so I couldn't tell. Those are the only two that I
You
know. with
went. You
those
were just there.
catchphrases. You go to things that you aren't always super invested in and watch.
No,
all the
not
time.
invested in, but do you remember anything that happened last
It was
night?
12 hours
Those
ago.
were the. I mean, LA Knight wasn't even there. He's on SmackDown. But the thank you, that's the one I remember the
Thank
most.
you.
Thank you very much.
Those are the only ones with like really catchphrases.
Yeah, I go to things that I'm not invested in all the time.
Mhm.
For sure.
Like,
Royals baseball.
Oh, I'm
no,
invested
he's
in that,
very
unfortunately.
invested in that,
Yeah.
Sean.
Other baseball games.
Do the Royals have a player just goes up to bat and goes, yeah?
Yeah,
They should.
they should.
Bobby Witt Jr. should do that.
He should. Every time he hits a home run, he should just turn to the crowd, flip the bat, and go, yeah.
Yeah.
Throw me that microphone. Yeah. And then he throws it back.
Hmm.
He runs into the dugout.
More people should just say yeah like that.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun to do.
It is kind of addicting.
With the expectation that they say yeah back, that the crowd says yeah back. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. You know what we're going to be doing on today's show?
What?
Saying yeah.
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 Over and over and over.
Yeah.
Marcus Washington, is he not going to be available the rest of the season?
John,
Yeah.
come on. That was rude.
Well, it's not rude. It's just stating a fact.
His knee exploded.
Did the Packers lose last night? Yeah.
Ah, no, that's funny. Dallas is now the
Yeah.
most recent team, not the most recent team to lose. Things are turning up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the Rangers score more on Sunday than Dallas?
Oh, okay, come on now. Gosh, that is Triggering.
They actually did.
I know they scored 11. Dallas scored 10.
Is Pat McAfee not wearing sleeves?
Yeah. Look at him.
Wait
I
a
got
minute.
my,
That's a hockey. They don't.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as
Yeah.
a sleeveless hockey jersey.
There is in Pat
they'd
McAfee's
get
world,
too cold on
John.
the ice. They'd get cold.
Max Crosby is awesome, by the way.
Guy is just addicted to not wearing sleeves.
Yeah, he really is.
He loves it.
Is he allergic to sleeves?
Oh,
He just wants to show off his guns.
He
I was a
kicker.
punter, but look at my arms.
That's what I'm saying. Show your calves, you coward.
You think he doesn't participate in leg day?
I don't know. We never see his legs.
That's true. He's
Seems
got those
sus.
legs
Well,
blocked
you would think
off.
he would participate in leg day because he was a punter,
Good
What we're
point,
saying.
John.
and he needed to punt. He needed to be a good punter.
John, not appreciating Nick's wrestling takes, writes, Nick talking about wrestling makes him sound like a huge tool. What a dork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Scary Gary.
I have
Nick,
to
I
Is
like
Nick
your
still
wrestling.
single?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary Gary also adds bye week's blow.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Idle weeks, Gary.
Idle weeks.
Yeah.
They're not very fun.
No, they're fine. They're fine. I like
I just
idle
miss it
weeks.
because, like, by the end of this week, I'll be going to huskerextra.com waiting for new columns and stuff, and it won't be there. I'll be like, is there anything new
do you think
today?
everybody's just
What
taking the
more
week
do you
off?
need to read about this team? We kind of know
Just
what
like
they
the
are.
I like the content. I don't know what more do we need to say about them, John? Can we take off the end of the week too?
Oh, we should. We have a bunch of crossovers.
There we go. Yes, there we go.
Well,
Let's
we got to
save
go to
some
Ron.
next year for the bye week.
We got to go
Happy
to Ron
bye
Colley,
week.
though. We got to go to Ron Colley.
But what about Thursday?
Well, NFL's this weekend. We got a lot of stuff. We can catch up on
Chiefs.
all these different
Well,
things.
We have to respect the
Tell
Chiefs.
Chattel to write about that then.
About the
And
Chiefs.
Sam McEwen. I need to rewind, but about a random NFL
Why
game.
do you need to read so much?
I just like it's how I prep. I read. I'm reading these stories.
You could prep in your own brain.
Why don't you read about the NHL?
Ugh. I did text my friend today who's a Red Wings fan, and I said, we're going to suck this year, huh? And he goes, maybe we'll make the playoffs. And I said, go Red Wings.
You
Well,
did?
it's the
Why did you say
NHL.
that?
They all make the playoffs.
No, just half of them.
Why do you care about the Red Wings?
I'm a Red Wings fan. What do you mean? Why do I care about the Red Wings?
You
He
can't
only
tell?
talks about
I've
them
never
during
heard
hockey
this
season.
until
Oh,
like
yeah.
just
I
now.
lived in,
Twice.
people forget, I lived in Michigan for 3 years as a youngster.
Yep.
So I'm a Red Wings fan.
Okay.
I've been to their old stadium. I was
Oh.
there the last year. RIP, Joe Robbie Stadium, or Arena. whatever.
Joe Robbie. That's Miami.
Oh, wait, that's Miami.
Joe Lewis
The
Arena.
Joe Lewis. It wasn't.
Joe Robbie, Joe Lewis. Oh, yeah.
My God,
great,
Josh.
great
Big fan
sporting
over here.
legends.
That stadium, that arena sucked. It was tiny baby seats everywhere. No
No, it's an
room to
old
walk.
building.
Yeah,
Where do they
well, it
play
was.
now? Little Caesars?
Yeah, they play where the Pistons do.
This
It's
might
like a
be
row of stadiums in
They
Detroit.
never played at the Palace?
No, that was in Auburn Hills. That's like it was a burb.
Oh, yeah, but you can
Yeah.
still.
The Red Wings, they played in downtown Detroit.
The Wings
So
never
they,
moved to
the
Burbank.
Wings never played at the Palace.
I mean, if they did, it was like a one-off.
Huh.
Yeah. Jeez,
I mean,
some
they-
NHL fan John is.
Oh, I never claimed to be.
I've never seen you wear like a Detroit Red Wings shirt.
I have a hoodie. Now it's old, and so I don't wear it, and I just wear it like at home now.
He doesn't like to wear it in public because the Red Wings aren't very good.
Yeah, they do stink.
Because people
And-
might come up
and-
to you and they might say, "Oh, Red Wings. Let's talk about the Red Wings."
So-
So you might
and
say,
this
Wait, you've
is-
never
this
seen my
is-
Red Wings hat?
"I don't think so."
All right, I'm gonna wear it.
And this is a Penguins town. So if Josh wears it, he's going to end up
Yeah,
getting beat up
all the
by
freaking
all these
Peng-
Penguins
Oh man,
fans.
they
We
lost
love
last
Sidney
night.
Crosby.
Shut up, Penguin fans. No one cares.
I'll tell that to Pat McAfee.
He's apparently a Penguins
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have to get that as a drop now.
yeah. Little Caesars Arena. That's where they play now.
Go Red Wings.
Go Red Wings, man. They were awesome in the 90s.
It's ironic that
Oh,
a hockey arena is sponsored by Little Caesars because Little Caesars is hot and it's ready, but you don't want the ice to be hot because then it would melt.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Don't they also play basketball there?
They do.
I guess it gets hot in a basketball arena.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree, Nick.
Yeah.
Horrible marketing.
Nick's sense of
Great
humor
take
still
by you.
broken. Yeah.
Why can't it be icy arena? You know, like icy. Get the polar bear on there.
But then you would
Slushies.
have the same criticisms about basketball playing.
Yeah, then it
there.
would get too hot.
Yeah, that's true. There's not really a happy medium.
Lukewarm arena. Room temperature.
What's
arena.
something that's good both hot and cold? Pizza, actually.
So
okay,
no,
we're full
no.
circle. Not
Cold
Little
pizzas.
Caesars though. Cold Little Caesars.
Cold
doesn't-
pizza's
It's not
bad.
good.
I don't like
Odson is yelling in all caps. The founder of the company is from Detroit.
The founder of this company?
No, of Little
Little
Caesars.
Caesars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I believe Domino's is also from Detroit.
Wow, the Detroit boys.
I
Pizza.
I think Domino's is a Michigan.
Detroit style pizza? I've had
which
that.
I'm told is not actually legitimate Detroit style pizza.
Who said this?
Someone I know
Severe?
from Detroit who said, "No, we ate pizza it was a circle like everyone else."
Really?
Circle
Where'd they
like
get this?
everyone else.
Yeah, it wasn't this, you know.
Where's this idea coming from?
I don't
'Cause
know.
There's restaurants popping up all across the country that are advertising Detroit style pizza.
Yet everyone in Detroit's going, I've never seen that before.
They're not taking credit for their own
guess not.
style. of
Interesting.
pizza.
I like the pizza. It's good.
Oh, it's
pizza.
very good. It's very good pizza. Very good pizza.
Jordan says icy hot arena.
Oh,
Icy
that's
hot
perfect,
arena.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's icy to dull the pain and then hot to relieve it.
Now, why does the arena have to be the same name as the temperature that's inside? Where did we start this?
Well, just because Little
that's
Caesars
Nick's brain.
marketing is hot and ready, but they're playing.
So-
Yeah,
hockey.
but he's asking why do arenas have to fit the sport in
It
which
doesn't have to be. I was just making a bad joke. That's all it was.
Oh,
So Memorial Stadium doesn't have to be a cemetery.
Oh, thank
No, but
God.
imagine.
Tommy Frazier dodges the headstone. Oh, but he runs into the other one.
That's it. Doesn't that sound
There's
like
a
a
lot of
very,
World War
Mausoleum.
veterans.
doesn't that sound like a very Texas A&M thing to do? Anytime an ex-Aggie dies, they have to bury him at the stadium.
underneath the stadium.
Well,
There's
it's like
a whole
the-
mausoleum.
the
what they do with the dogs. They have a
Yeah.
scoreboard over for the dead dogs.
Ugh.
Creepy place, man.
That would be
Yeah,
the
they're
quirk.
weird.
That place is hella haunted.
If you
right?
build a new stadium and
And creepy.
whatever name you use for the place, it has to have a quirk in it and it has to reflect the name of the name of the company that's sponsoring your stadium. For example, what could we come up with? Target Stadium.
Oh no.
There's
Target
a-
Field.
With
there's
Target
a-
Field.
Yeah, we have that, but there has to be a giant target in the middle of the arena.
That's fun. Target Field. Go Twins.
Speaking of that,
Yeah, that starts soon, right?
Yeah.
Is it on TBS? Very funny, or is it
No,
on
TBS
FS1?
has the no.
It must be on TBS, John.
It'll be on TBS.
No.
Very funny. No, because there's a game at 3 today.
No, TBS is doing the National League.
Oh, well, that's on at 3 then.
This is AL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is AL. Are they on Big Fox?
No,
Might
it's
be on-
isn't there the first game of the day? Oh, is it?
No, it's
Holy
on Big
crap!
Fox.
Look at
Big
this.
Fox at 3
Well, I
o'clock.
guess there's the writers' strike.
No,
They
what
don't have any shows.
No, that's
anymore.
over now.
No, I know, but they don't have.
Oh.
It's not like they can get the shows out right now.
Well, that doesn't count for reality shows, though, right? Couldn't they play like
also,
Divorce
Nick, it's
Court or
3. I
something?
was just trying to
Look
make
at
a
this preview
poor
show.
Nick joke. Yeah.
We got Jeets, we got Big Poppy, and we got A-Rod. What
Ugh.
more could you want?
Literally anything.
Great
else.
personalities.
That's way too much American League for my taste.
Go AL. I'm an AL guy.
Yeah.
half-east.
No, NL.
Let's go AL.
Maybe A-Rod. Does A-Rod look tanner than usual?
He does. He looks like he just got out of the
Oh.
machine for the show.
A-Rod is very tan these days.
Yeah.
But maybe A-Rod's there representing the AL West as a former member of the Rangers and Mariners.
Ever since Jeets joined, A-Rod always had to try to one up Jeets.
Wow, Derek Jeter does not seem happy to be there.
He looks.
I should be
bored.
sleeping with a hottie right now. Said I have to talk about.
He's a married man.
Yeah, my wife.
Is she not a hottie?
She is. She's in that
It
commercial.
was kind of implying that, he was
I would
just-
never imply that about Derek Jeter. Come on. He said he didn't have gift
He didn't
baskets.
send you a gift basket, did he?
No. Sad.
Sorry that the Cowboys lost. Here's your gift basket.
Oh, thank you, Derek Jeter. Thank you.
Would
It's
that
got
make it
season
better?
tickets to the 49ers.
Oh.
Why
I mean,
does
I
Big
could sell
Poppy
him.
have a big red button by his arm?
Oh, is that the dummy button?
For takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a take.
And there you go. We've come full circle.
Wow, that was a
Nice.
crossover.
Yeah, that was. I don't think that's Happy New Year.
No.
Not at all.
Definitely not.
They don't all have to be Happy New Year's.
Yeah, they can't all be
But we
bangers.
strive for it on every occasion. We strive for it.
I strive.
Josh strives.
I strive. No,
Yeah.
nobody else does. Yeah.
Oh, Josh says thanks for listening to What to Watch, guys. And we were
Yeah,
trying
I
to
guess
find
we. Yeah, I guess we missed what channel it
Tough
was
look
on.
for
I
us.
did open up YouTube to watch the very end of the show. That's what I do when I'm sitting at my desk, because then I know when to come over here.
Wait, who the hell is that guy?
That's a little tiny baby boy.
He looks like did he pull a troll out and put him in a suit?
He's doing a magic
It's
trick.
our
Oh my-
Max Goodwin.
Yeah, you're
Oh my-
doing a magic trick on the Fox pregame
No wonder
show.
Derek Jeter was so triggered. He knew what was to come.
Wait,
like-
wait.
There's no way we would have
No,
allowed this in
this
the
is-
Yankee clubhouse.
This
Look at
is
it.
pre-recorded.
Derek
They're not
Jeter's-
even wearing the same suits.
Derek Jeter's so in. Are they really not? They.
This is a
Are
pre-recorded
you
magic show. Yes, I'm sure. He was wearing
Oh,
a
it's
light
on
blue.
Poppy's hand. Whatever he did.
Jeter was wearing a brown, and A-Rod was wearing blue. Oh,
Wow,
God.
it says X on his
It's
hand.
a pre-recorded magic show.
Good lord.
Well, this would have been better than what they played on FS1 on Friday night.
Maybe.
That magician needs a better fitting suit.
Yeah, it's not very great, Nick.
This is why you listen to the Grum.
Yeah.
Because
it's never recorded.
Exactly. Never.
Definitely not.
No, never.
Ever.
Always
Not even
live.
anytime.
By the way, we'll have Kevin Kugler later this week.
That's right.
It's a-
Never recorded.
Never recorded.
Can't wait to talk to him on
We
Friday.
love when Josh does soccer games and the show at the same time.
Or right after.
Right. Yeah.
Right
he
after.
gets out of it.
Technology in 2023 is wild. Cars are so fast. They're so fast.
They get you an escort, right?
Yeah. Dude, speaking of Kevin, back when I worked with him for the Big Ten Network, we got escorts sometimes out of the stadium. Oh, what a life. That was cool.
To get where?
To the
hotel.
airport because he had to go do an NFL game.
That's awesome.
It was so fun. Like, look, we're going 90 miles an hour right now because we're allowed to. Wee woo, wee woo.
That
And I
is
get to
super
the airport because I didn't really have to be there. I was traveling the
You were
next
just going
morning
with him.
usually. Just riding with him. Good times.
That's cool.
Yep.
I'd like to go on an escort.
Yeah. Someday, Happer, dare to dream.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
The Grum. It's Idol Week.
I need more content.
We got
We'll
plenty of-
deliver the content
we got
today.
plenty of content.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
1620 the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Bacon is the most
Give
flavorful
a
food in the
piece
whole
of
world.
bacon to a baby and then give the baby a piece of sausage. The look on the child's face when they eat the bacon,
Yeah.
mind blowing.
Can you
babies
trust
eat
a
bacon?
child for your food takes? And that's your problem.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, there you go.
Hey, look at this baby. That baby knows.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunshine and comfortable temperatures continue for your Tuesday afternoon with a high today of 72 degrees in Omaha. Becoming mostly clear to partly cloudy tonight with a slight chance of showers mainly into northwest Missouri, southwest Iowa by tomorrow morning. Mostly cloudy Wednesday, especially in the afternoon, with a 30% chance of showers and storms mainly after 8 p.m. High tomorrow of 74. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and NFL Week 6 is upon us. Hard to believe we're already this far into the season. And guess what? Still, right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet with the FanDuel Sportsbook. $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. You got to take advantage of this deal right now. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, now is the time. Plenty of betting options. As always, I love the anytime touchdowns, but there's spreads, there's player props, there's overs, unders, and there's tons of stuff in the individual games. So head to FanDuel.com/Happer and kick off the NFL season the right way with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Football season is here. You'll be going to games and you want to see all of the action on the football field. Kugler Vision can help you ditch the glasses or ditch the contacts for good. Visit them online at kuglervision.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Love dogs? Love Halloween? Then join Muddy Paws for the 3rd annual Wagoween Boo Bash, October 14th at Therapy Bar and Grill. This free event is family-friendly with food, activities for kids and adults, and a huge silent auction, plus a doggy costume contest and local band Happy Endings. There's more than $25,000 in raffle prizes. It's October 14th from 12:30 to 6 at Therapy Bar and Grill off 108th and Q. The first 400 folks get a free car wash. It'll be a howling good time.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Day playoff baseball.
Gotta love it.
The Twins. There's a lot of Twins fans out there. They're very happy.
John, don't forget, day regular season hockey.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Look at that. Look at that, NHL hockey. 4:30.
Who's playing?
I believe it's the Kraken. Let's see, NHL Skidge.
I do like some of the hockey team names.
Never mind.
Kraken is a cool name.
Kraken are playing later tonight against the Golden Knights. 4:30. It's the Predators at the Lightning. What a way to start the season, John. It's a triple header on ESPN. Da 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 da. You know the theme.
I do know
Da
that.
da da da. People love it. Cool. All right. Well,
enjoy it, hockey fans. Enjoy it.
We're going to have it on in the studio.
Are we?
Of course. What do you mean? Live sports. We put tennis on. I'm not going to thumb my nose at hockey, and you shouldn't either.
I didn't.
It's
thumb
an
my
idle
nose. I'm
week,
not thumbing
John.
my
We have
nose.
no new content.
I have no. What do you
None.
mean, no new
new content. Everyone's taking the week off.
We knew this was coming. Why are you treating it like it's like a funeral or something?
Can I not get set? Sometimes people die and it's expected, and yet there's still a funeral.
You're sad that this 3-3 football team that even in winning a game looked kind of crappy doing it, and that
Don't
was
say
one
that.
of the worst halves of football ever
Don't say
put
that.
in front of the American public.
John's words, not mine.
Spot the lie.
No, I watched
You're
the
sad
Cowboys
that
the next night.
You're missing that?
I'm missing the content.
Yeah, but in
did
order to
months
get
of
the
it.
content, you have to watch the crappy football.
But Nick, I've been used to for 6 weeks. I've been used to the usual fun lead up to games.
You're gonna have to get used to it. Do it again because there's only 6 weeks
Don't
left. It's
you
halfway
say
done.
that. Thankfully, there's other football games that will
College
be played.
football is halfway
I think
done.
Nebraska's making a bowl. Put it on the list. I'm the one who makes the list. I'm
Get
putting
the
it on
X.
the list. You know, even though yesterday I voted for 2 and 4, I'm voting for 3 and 3 today. Nebraska's
Is
making
that all
a
it
bowl
took
game.
Was your realization
Josh.
that there's no new content coming out this week? Well, actually, there is new content coming out today. Sadly, it's the bad content.
What happened? Oh,
Marcus
basketball.
Washington's done for the
Oh,
season.
I thought you meant the basketball season about to start.
Well, the
Yeah.
basketball season is about to start.
Mm.
But yeah, the only new content today is that Marcus Washington's done for the season.
Yeah.
That's what you want?
No,
That's what you miss?
No, again, I want the opinions.
How many more people have to die for your
Whoa,
enjoyment?
None. No one dies.
Or their careers have to be
He is a senior. He is a senior.
die
That's
for
true.
your enjoyment.
No, I just want to read opinions. I like opinions.
Why don't
Here's my
you-
take.
Why? See,
no more beat writing, more opinions.
You're on a
You
show.
can make opinions.
I do it.
thank
I
you,
will
Nick.
give them to
You
you.
generate your
Well, there
own
you go.
content.
I know.
Yes.
I do.
Be your own
But I'm
content
not going to
generator.
listen. I'm not going to go home and be like, "Can I listen on Sportsmanlike Conduct?"
This would be like if Nick were able to sew and screen print his own wrestling shirts.
Oh,
It'd
man.
be perfect.
That'd
He would
save-
never have to spend a dime,
That'd save a lot
and
of
it
money.
would be all there for him, and he could wear every wrestling shirt ever,
Sorry
from the
that I-
problematic
Wait,
ones to the non-problematic ones.
You're being critical of me for supporting local journalism, a dying industry.
You are local, though. Just generate your own takes.
Yeah.
I do. I give them to you for 4 hours every day.
There you go.
There's content then.
No, I know, but I'm not going to listen to my own takes.
You're listening to them
Why,
in real
yes,
time.
You know what? Josh is a great point.
Yeah. Who would want to do that?
If he was the only source of opinion content, he would have to listen to his own takes.
Well, at least people would have been more informed about the Scott Frost era. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to listen myself, Nick. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying I like opinions. I just like opinions. I'm sorry.
We can have plenty of opinions. Like the NFL weekend. That was pretty good, right?
No.
We all really
See,
liked
no.
the NFL.
This guy returning.
No. Okay, no, because the Dolphins played really
You know,
bad.
now I'm going to read
That
this
was an
text from
embarrassing
someone.
win.
I'm not going to say who it was, but this person says, "Oh my God, yesterday was such a nice show, so quiet." Yeah, I agree with that person now. Nick,
Okay.
as you return.
No, the Dolphins played a horrible game. They should not have. It was rough.
Oh, boo.
It was an ugly win, John.
Dave
It was an
Fight
ugly
says,
win.
sorry, Husker Twitter has declared a moratorium on calling for coaches' heads and demanding guys be benched for the rest of October. Is this? And then he says, maybe you can have an opinion again in November. Is this true? No opinions allowed?
Don't know. I wasn't on the Husker Twitter today.
No opinion October. Jordan says, bring back Joey. Star Wars Fiend says, LOL, Joey.
All right.
The Grum Down.
Grum down.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. So how does Nebraska compare to the rest of its schedule?
They're going to a bowl.
Well, we got to compare them to the rest of the schedule to see if that actually could happen.
They all suck. Nebraska, it sucks less. They're going to a bowl.
Can or will any of the freshman wide receivers step up? They're going to have to now, unless Nebraska just plans to play 2 or 3 tight ends every series.
Mm-hmm.
Or you know what? Go to the wishbone.
Go to the wishbone.
They only used 1 wide receiver, and they threw it to him once a game, and it usually went for a big play, even though Oklahoma quarterbacks couldn't throw. But they would always manage to hit that one guy.
They called it Sooner Magic, John.
Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7 will be along to help celebrate Idol Week.
I'm going to say, give me some takes, Bruns. Give me some takes. I need takes.
Well, speaking of Idol,
yeah,
Stephen M. Sipple. Or probably.
He also said again today, absolutely, when I confirmed with him.
He says that every week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Braves beat the Phillies once in a lifetime game last night. We'll explain.
That was a throw.
That
and a catch.
And once again, I
And a
was
hit?
walking the dog and listening on the
What?
radio.
Oh, you missed it?
Yeah, it didn't sound nearly exciting called by the Phillies announcers
Understandable.
as it was on TV or being called by the
Oh.
Braves announcers.
That was I thought that was a cool call too.
Mike Ferrin, you know, the
Speaking
road
of
teams,
baseball.
the road teams went 6-2 the first weekend, counting yesterday, of the division series. 6-2.
That's a lot of wins, John.
Which means 2 teams are on the brink. They have to go on the road and win them both just to get back home for a deciding game 5. And I would not have guessed that the Dodgers of LA would be one of them.
The Trolley Dodgers.
Well, they're going to be dodging snakes next few days. We do have day playoff baseball.
Why didn't they move into
Congrats.
San Francisco? There's trolleys in San Francisco.
That's where the Giants moved.
Because the Dodgers.
It is a fair question,
The Dodgers chose the better town
That said, the Lakers moved to
because
Los
they wanted to
Angeles.
be near winners.
There's
like
more
the Rams.
oceans than lakes
Yeah,
in
there's
LA.
not. Yeah, there's not a lake.
You should have changed their name to the Oceans.
The Los Angeles Oceans.
Yeah, or the Ocean.
Josh.
No, I'm not going to do this. You cannot force me to do this.
Well,
no.
You'll you'll hear it.
Oh, is it Micah Parsons?
No.
I hear he has some takes these days. I wonder what he's having to say about the Middle East.
No,
Go to
this
his
was
Twitter and find out.
This was something else, but
okay.
We'll find out what you think.
I probably
We'll
won't like it.
We'll find out what you think.
Bring back Romo.
And in the spirit of the late great Johnny Carson, the Big Ten West is so bad. Oh wait, you guys aren't old enough to remember.
I was going to say,
Johnny
yeah,
Carson.
this is not a
See,
bit.
Here's Johnny.
How bad are they? Is
Thank
that what he
you,
said?
yes.
Look at that. Choo choo.
You know, he would say things like, You know, Ed, I can't do a good Johnny Carson. I'm sorry. It kind of turns into a Reagan.
Just do like a Harry Carey.
Well, you
Johnny
know, Ed,
Carson.
It turns into a Reagan.
It does. Now that I think about it, I need to. I can't do a Johnny Carson. But he'd do things like, the smog in LA is so bad. And
How
then
bad
the
is
crowd
it?
would go, how bad is it? And then he'd make some joke, and it would usually get groans like Nick. But the difference was
so I'm like Johnny Carson.
that he would make up for it because he'd have really cool guests, like the lady who would bring in the snakes and
What do you mean?
and Tim Conway.
I bring us really cool guests like Steve Sipple and
No,
Michael
you
Bruns.
You don't bring up
haven't-
Sipple.
You know, Sipple never used to miss a grum.
Oh, it's
under,
a Nick.
under the Stibbs regime.
It's a Nick problem.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, tough look, Nick.
It's a fun correlation.
Not
Probably
great.
has something to do with the fact that,
the politics.
well, the mom jokes. Remember how
he loved making mom jokes to Stibbs.
Yeah.
Especially off air when he was filling in.
Yes.
Oh, those were bit R-rated.
Oh,
bit R-rated.
How R-rated were they? 402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. By your mom's house.
Oh, by Stibbs' mom's house.
By Stibbs' mom's house. Carl Pelini not included. There's a Twitter account we have. It's called at USC 1620.
J-Tech Construction's
Thank
own
you.
Twitter feed,
Thank
John.
you. And there's an inbox called the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. That was, well, I will explain how rare that.
How rare was it?
How rare that win was last night.
Yeah.
All right.
It was a hell of a game last night.
Man, I didn't think we were going to lead off with Raiders Packers, but okay, we'll talk some NFL when we return.
No, we're not going to. That wasn't a good game.
No, it wasn't.
But it had Jimmy G.
That's not a selling
Yeah,
point.
and when Jimmy G is the better of the two quarterbacks,
It's a tough look. It's a tough look.
Ooh,
oh boy.
ooh, for Jordan Love.
Green Bay's got some issues. Yeah. And 1620 the zone.
1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's four-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Say goodbye to summer and hello to cash loans. Let's face it, your personal banker probably won't loan you thousands of dollars today, but Saul's Jewelry and Loan will. Simply bring in your boat, camper, RV, jet ski, ATV, motorcycle, even your beautiful convertible, along with a clear title, and Saul's will loan you up to $50,000. No credit check, no hassle, and more importantly, no worries. Saul's indoor storage facility is so clean and secure, you can store your precious Harley-Davidson for the winter and pick it up next spring. So if you need a quick cash loan, Saul's is here to help.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
An estimated 80% of Americans aren't getting their recommended daily amount of physical activity. It's time to move and keep moving, America. And when you need help, physical therapists and physical therapist assistants are by your side. Be your own champion. Choose more movement. Choose better health. Choose physical therapy. Find out more information and a physical therapist at choosept.com/NE. Brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association of Nebraska.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Hi everybody, Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Vallis Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Vallis Pumpkin Patch best of all.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson of 1620 The Zone.
Just a few minutes away from Astros Twins, Christian Javier versus Sonny Gray. Big moment for the Twinkies.
Corporate Dan is stoked. Corporate Dan, big Twins guy.
I was
Big
told,
Twins
no, so,
guy.
you know, Josh, you made a comment when the Twins were playing their first playoff game and you saw some empty seats and then some Twins fans said, there wasn't empty seats.
Yeah.
I was told by someone who knows, because he's a big Minneapolis sports fan, Minneapolis-based sports fan,
Okay.
that the box seats, the really good level floor,
Yeah.
field level seats were going for $40 for that game. And I said, why? And he said, because
Josh was right.
Because people were like, we don't want to see him lose again.
Wow.
And then
Soft
they won
as enchiladas.
And then they won the game, and now all of a sudden it's like,
yeah,
the Twins fans again.
We always believed. Yeah, it was. Look, did the stadium fill up over the course of the game? Yeah, but it was super duper empty out in the outfield.
I agree.
$40 for the good seat.
Yes.
Jeez, John.
I wish. Wish I would have known.
We could have done the Grum from there.
We could have done the Grum from there.
You would have had to be here to produce, but
yeah.
Sorry.
Where we should have been.
Let Joey
was
do it.
at the Braves game. last night.
Nice transition.
So the Braves were getting dominated. Zach Wheeler, I'll just put this into perspective. Jason Stark, who does great work for The Athletic. Zach Wheeler had a no-hitter into the 6th inning.
Okay.
He did some research.
Stark did?
Yeah. How many other teams have ever been no-hit into the 6th inning of a postseason game, trailed by 4 runs or more, and still found a way to win?
Okay, do you have the total number of games?
Yes.
Okay, what's that? Oh, wait. Yeah, because I just need to know the raw total. So do you have the total number of times that this has happened, not where a team is won?
That a team was being no-hit into the 6th inning of a postseason game, trailed by at least 4 runs, and still found a way to win.
No, so do you just have the raw total before the win or the loss? It's like the number of times that a team has been no-hit. Because if I knew my guess is this was like the second or first.
It's never happened.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say it's because I would love to know the number. Because first of all, trailing by 4 runs, that happens all the time. But to be no hit that deep, that also probably has not happened a whole lot of times in baseball history.
There was another stat, I don't have it here, but the Braves saw upwards of 50 or 55 pitches before a ball got hit into fair territory.
Wow, it's like the Cowboys offense in the first quarter
Pretty
against the
much.
49ers.
Yeah, a ball didn't even get, not even like a ball in play for an out.
Wild.
It was either a strikeout, a foul out, but it took over 50 pitches for a Brave just to get the ball into fair territory.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Well, here's, if you missed it last night, Austin Riley. This will be known as the Austin Riley game, probably, to Braves fans all across the country.
3-2 pitch. And he hits a high fly.
There we go. Sorry.
3.
You're killing me, Nick.
3-2 pitch. And he hits a high fly ball, deep left field, back to the wall, and is gone! Austin Riley hitting him where it hurts, and the Braves take the lead in the 8th. Fire 2-2. In the air, out towards right center field. Harris going to go back. Harris back to the warning track. He leaps. Michael's got it! He's got it! They fired it in, and it rolls across the infield. Taken by Riley. He throws to the back. They double him off. Ball game over. Braves win. I've never seen a play like that. Oh! Braves even up the series. It was back to the wall. Harris went to the wall. Harper took off. He made a leaping catch to the wall. Fired it in. It rolled past Hobbies. Backing up the play was Riley. He secured it through to the bag, doubled off Harper, and the Braves even up the series.
How many times do you see a ball get thrown? I mean, because it's all happening so fast. I mean, Harris, he makes a catch, crashes into the wall. He's just trying to heave
and
the ball.
Harper is just turning around and going
And
back
remember,
to first.
Harper had rounded second.
Yes, he had to hit second and get back to first.
You have to retrace your steps. You can't just shortcut the infield. And, the throw's not going to be the most accurate.
No, he missed what, 2 cutoff men?
He misses Albies on the infield. But Riley, to be spot on, to get it kind of in that no man's land between the pitcher's mound and second base.
Yeah.
To back up the play, be a little off balance doing it, and then throw a dart to first.
Incredible.
Just in the nick of time to get Harper doubled off at first base. Just incredibly smart, heady baseball. So here's more unbelievable things about last night. Let's see. I guess this is the same stuff. I apologize. But going back to the Riley home run, this is the 13th lead-changing home run with 2 outs in the 8th inning or later of a postseason game. So the 13th time in postseason history there's been 2 outs in the 8th inning, and the go-ahead home run has been hit, or
It's
a
actually
go home
way
run.
smaller than I would have expected of a number.
Of course, some of the most famous ones are Kirk Gibson, Dave Henderson, Jack Clark, Joe Carter. And this one,
real quick, 8th inning or later.
This is 8th inning, 2 outs or later.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That changed the lead.
Yes.
So it goes from being a deficit to a
13
lead.
times ever?
Yes.
Wow.
In a postseason game.
That is way smaller than I would have expected. So she said.
The double play, this is the first time that an outfielder has started a game-ending postseason double play. We've never had that type of a double play end a game, where it starts in the outfield with the first out.
So everyone's saying
we've
literally,
never had-
I've never
like-
seen this before.
Like we've never had a guy thrown out trying to tag and score on a sac fly, where it ends a postseason game.
Yeah.
This, of course, was a double play where you double a guy off of first. Never happened in the history of baseball.
Because that was my first reaction last night was, wow, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Okay, so I
Never.
literally have never seen this before.
And then to go back to Zach Wheeler, we mentioned, never happened before where a guy's taken a no-no into the 6th of a postseason game, had a lead of 4 or more runs, and his team still ended up losing the game. You all know who Ernie Banks is. Legendary former Cub. His career slash line, so his batting average, his slugging percentage, his on-base percentage, his slash line, career was 274, 330, and 500. The Braves lineup, 1 to 9, has a slash line that's 2 points better in batting average than Ernie Banks was, 14 points better in slug, or 14 points better in on base, and a point better in slug. Then one Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
That's the
whole lineup's
lineup.
doing it.
That's the lineup
that got no hit.
That was getting no hit into the 6th inning and hadn't scored in 53 straight. Was it? What was the straight inning streak? 53 straight batters. And scored in 53 straight batters in the playoffs. That's the team he was no hitting.
Mm-hmm. It's essentially like 20 almost
20
20
So you had
innings worth of
superlatives on both sides. The superlative of Zach Wheeler, who shut down this great team, and then the superlative of the Braves making a comeback after being shut down like that, and then having the game end as it did.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. It still blows my mind that a sport that's over 100 years old in organized professional
can have
form
these things
can
that
still have all these weird first-time occurrences, and they're happening on the biggest stage.
Yeah. And that, I mean, like, this was wild, obviously, given that so many of us thought immediately, I don't know if I've seen that before. But it's been around since the 1800s. You figured that would have happened at one point in time.
The National League was formed in 1876.
I can't believe what was the number 13 times that's the one that blows my mind. I never would have guessed that the number would have been 13. I thought it would have been much, much higher that you have had, a lead change that late into a baseball game. Pretty cool play, man. Just heady, like you said, heady on all parties involved. Super heady by everyone involved.
And I missed it. Well, I didn't miss it.
Yeah, what are you doing? This is October. You're walking your dog. Walk the dog when you get home.
A, the Cubs aren't playing. And B, the dog needs walked.
Walk the dog when you get home, not at 9:30 at night.
No, it would happen at like 8. What time did I leave the house? I left at 8 o'clock. I get home, I eat, and I grabbed the dog, and we went for a walk.
Okay. Well, you missed it. You missed the baseball.
Well, I didn't. I
Some
heard it
baseball fan.
I heard it on the radio.
Yeah, you heard wrong broadcast.
I was. And I actually switched it over because I wanted, the Phillies are behind, so I want to hear them if they come back.
Yeah. And no offense to the Braves announcers. I thought that call wasn't as good. Like, the main TV call on that was great.
Yeah, Brian Anderson did a great
job. He absolutely nailed it because he was recognizing everything as it happened in the moment. Whereas the Braves announcer was like more excited about the catch. And then he's like, and they're throwing it back in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, pretty cool, though. That was a cool play. Baseball.
More on that with Ferrin coming up in an hour.
John writes in, idle weeks suck. They mean we're going to hear about baseball or basketball.
Or hockey, apparently.
Thank you, Nick, for reminding us.
So we have another person that just wants us to go on and on about Marcus Washington.
No,
done
John.
For the season.
Well, there's
with
other
an ACL tear.
There's other football news we could discuss.
That's the only Husker news to discuss today.
What should happen at quarterback? We haven't discussed that before.
We talked about it yesterday.
We haven't debated.
We talked about it yesterday, and people from Western Nebraska are like, "Don't you dare talk about that."
That's true.
How about
He's our guy.
Okay, Josh. How about this? How about we rank every defensive tackle Nebraska has ever had?
Ever?
I
don't know how I'm going to feel about guys from 1912.
I'm bored of that topic already. We literally did that in the press box during the rain delay. Someone pulled out a media guide and challenged Gary and I to name all of the leading tacklers in Nebraska
that's
history.
tacklers. Nick said defensive tackles. So we're going.
But again,
Dominican Sue, number one. Take that, Olds.
Been there, done that.
Okay. Oh, Star Wars Fiends. Jeff Sims should start. There you go. Embrace debate. 402-951-1620.
Fine. We'll talk more about the terrible news today that Marcus Washington's done for the season.
It's not great.
What does that mean for Nebraska's receiving core? Means the youngins are going to have to play.
They are indeed.
Play well.
Indeed.
Or at least play.
Indeed.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Husker football suffered yet another devastating injury as head coach Matt Rule announced wide receiver Marcus Washington has torn his ACL. He'll look for freshmen Jalen Lloyd, Jaden Doss, and Malachi Coleman to step up.
All three of them have come a long way. They've gotten better and better and better. They appeared ready to go on Friday night. This is a great week for them to, we went out and practice today. So those guys need to step up, and I'm sure they will.
Rule said he's never had this many injuries on one side of the ball.
I've never been a part of this, to be honest with you, this many offensive injuries and defections. You come out of last spring, obviously you're thinking Eric's going to be a big part of things. Unfortunately, Eric's, gone through what he's gone through, right? Xavier leaves the team. Isaiah gets hurt. Marcus gets hurt. Ramir gets hurt. Gabe gets hurt. So I think the offensive staff's doing a great job of coaching.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. It's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Hello.
John, you're a TV ratings guy.
I am.
No, I'm not. But I did
believe
see a graphic
I
today.
believe in TV ratings, yes.
Tyler comments on the TV ratings for Nebraska on YouTube. 1.359 million sickos watched Nebraska versus Illinois. It's a lot of sickos in the world.
It was 1.36 on FS1, which was actually outdrawn by the game going on opposite it on ESPN, Oklahoma State and Kansas State. That game pulled in 2.2. So, I mean, it still matters. Being on ESPN, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to be Nebraska snob here and say, well, why would people watch Oklahoma State and Kansas State more than Nebraska, Illinois? But it does matter what network you're on.
100%.
ESPN is still in more homes, and it is still it's still a mainstream network. There's still a lot of people that don't know that Fox Sports 1 exists.
Also, I mean, Kansas State won the Big 12 last year. Oklahoma State has had more success in both Illinois and Nebraska have in recent years.
Right. Yeah. I'm not just saying it's because of that, but it does make a difference.
100%.
Being on ESPN does make a difference. I will say, though, that because Nebraska, Illinois played in this exact same spot.
Back in 2017.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
And this game outdrew that game by about 300,000 viewers.
Interesting.
So.
Wow, people out on Mike Riley.
Well, there are a lot of people in this state that were out on Mike Riley the minute he was hired.
That's true.
Nebraska is still averaging over almost 3.3 million people per broadcast.
Again, I'm not a TV ratings guy, but I did see a graphic. It is wild when you look at the top 10 most watched games that Nebraska is probably going to be in that list all year long. in terms of regular season.
Thanks to Colorado.
And Nebraska, John. And Nebraska.
It's mostly prime.
And Nebraska.
In fact, Oklahoma, Texas, you'd think, Red River rivalry. That 7.8 million viewers isn't anything to sneeze at.
I'm not sneezing.
But Colorado outrated that in, 4 of its 6 games, I think. They had more viewers. The prime effect is real, and it's spectacular.
Oh, indeed it is.
And Alabama, Texas A&M pulled in 7.2. That was the second most watched.
And John, after all that talk in the offseason about NIL and people not liking the sport, seems like everyone's still in on college football. Pretty cool to see. I'm happy that they're still.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy. They're making all kinds of money, and they're destroying the sport from within.
Cool. You talking about the players?
No, I'm talking about the sport itself.
Yeah. But we're still watching.
And also
and I'm sure we'll still be watching when the Grand Brands are here. And
that's all you do. I tried last week to get you into Fun Belt. Tuesday Night Action and you're like, no, give me helmets or give me death.
No, it's
also I got to walk Wrigley during a great playoff game. Wrigley, get down, because we're going outside.
I love football. It's great to have it in my life, but I don't need it 7 days a week. I'm good with it 3 days a week.
3?
Yeah.
What about all those other days, though?
That's when I can catch up on other things.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
That's when I can catch up on other things.
That's 5.
I don't need 5.
Wait, so which days do you avoid? You watched on Friday.
Well, I mean, I have it basically for 4 days. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday.
Are you
Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Are you full-time Sunday? Like, are you getting up to watch them play in good old London town?
Oh, foggy London.
Hello, Governor.
You sound like you're from London.
The game was on, and
The
then I went for
Jaguars
my
home
walk,
field.
and then I watched the fourth quarter.
How about in a few weeks when it's the 2 best teams in the AFC, the Dolphins and the Chiefs playing in Munich?
Well, you'll have to watch that.
They'll be counting in Deutsch. 1, 2, 3. 4.
And the underhits.
No, I'm just saying words.
You can't.
What do you mean we're not allowed to count? Uno, dos, tres. That's Spanish, John.
Espanol, too.
Yeah.
How about this?
I don't know in French.
How about this stat from Stu Manji?
Ooh. Yes.
Ooh. Ah. Ugh.
Against Power
That's
5
1, 2, 3.
teams. This is against Power 5 teams. So we're only talking about Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois.
The stat's probably going to make us all sad.
Nebraska has 13 turnovers, 12 false starts, 9 scoring drives.
Those numbers are high.
Say the number of false starts.
12.
And how many times have they played Power 5 teams this year?
3.
That's
4.
Sad. He had no, they played 4 Power 5 teams this year. Colorado.
Oh,
yeah, 4.
Sorry, Prime.
Jeez.
Sorry, Prime.
He also pointed out on Friday that Nebraska football had 14 false start penalties in 10 games last year versus P5 opponents.
Yeah, so
but John, they're yelling STEM.
Don't tell me this bull run about
bull junk.
About bull junk.
As Prime says,
you want to use prime language.
Bull junk.
Don't tell me about this bull junk about disconcerting signals. Obviously, there is a problem. Now, it's not all on Matt Rule because it happened last year, too.
It's the referees.
Listen, nobody loves to blame them some refs more than I do, but give me a break.
I know, man.
Give me a break.
I do love how you asked it yesterday. It's like, why is this continue to happen to them? Like through a million coaching staff.
It happened under Bo. It happened under Frost.
Yeah.
It's happening under Rule. It's
but it
like,
didn't happen under Riley. Thank you for your service, Mike.
I think it would have better served Matt Rule if he wouldn't. I mean, I knew he was going to be asked about it. And I know he wanted to, he was defending his team. But maybe he should have found out what was going on and get the explanation from the Big Ten office before he went off. Because it's just.
Well, he got the explanation from the officials, right?
Yeah, he got the explanation from the officials, and then he went and told us. Sometimes we can have too much information. And when a team,
you sound like Bo or Frost defenders now.
No, when a team is yelling STEM, if that's making a guy jump, then I'm guessing it's on the guy who jumps.
STEM.
Because as far as I know, that word has never been used as the code word to snap the ball. I could be wrong. There's been millions of football games and many different ways that people use audible counts.
Yeah.
Black 49 Razor.
Here we go.
316. Here we go.
That's what Dak says now. Here we go. And he throws a pick.
Whatever. But I don't recall ever hearing stem.
Jeff says, yep, wasn't a fan of that from Rule. Just take responsibility and clean it up. Clean it up.
Nice. Jinx.
Oh, yeah, soda.
So, yeah, that has to. Because, I mean, it's one thing if you're limited in what you can do offensively because the talent's not there.
Which is a problem, by the way.
Not there.
That's a problem, and that's a problem.
It's another thing when the basics. Okay, the talent might not be there, but the fundamentals should be there.
Well, it's one of the few things they can control, right?
Yes.
Like when you think of a football game and really any sort of a team sport, so often we will get caught talking about the team you cover, the team you root for, right? Like this player needs to be better. This player is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And there can be a large discussion to be had about the other side, right? Like,
Yes.
okay, was this player bad? Was Dak Prescott crappy on Sunday because he's Dak? Yes. But also, did the 49ers help with that situation? Also, yes. They're a very good team. This is one thing, though, that you can totally control. And you're saying, someone's probably yelling, but Josh, they were yelling stem. Okay, I guess they were yelling stem.
So what?
Hey, come on. You know what your quarterback's voice
What
sounds
if they
like.
were yelling Albuquerque?
Yeah.
They're going to jump on that too?
Birdie.
Seems like too many syllables for a call.
Albuquerque.
It
certainly.
is.
But I mean, come on, man. Like
But-
you know the sound of your player's voice.
You would think.
You would
And
think.
it's not like it was a distracting atmosphere. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was too quiet there at the old Memorial Stadium in Champaign.
Well, I mean, that I guess would be the excuse because I was just going to ask what's the excuse for when it happens at home, but I guess it's kind of quiet at home too because it happened last week versus Michigan.
Yeah.
And it's happened throughout the season. You know what happened in the opener, John? Remember when Nebraska was at the 1 yard line and it seemed like they were going to score at the half and they were going to take the lead and then they were going to win and then they had a false start and then they threw a pick.
Yeah.
Remember that? Like, come on, you got to be better than this. Jeff says, as a lineman, you know what the snap count is? No excuse. You know what the snap count is? Like, that's the thing. It's just like so wild. Like, you know what to listen for. You have one job.
It almost says to me that guys are so anxious to get a jump on the competition because
100%.
because they're worried that they're going to miss a block or miss an assignment.
Yeah, they want to get out, make sure they're making the play.
That they're so zero focused on that a sound, a syllable can make you jump because I know if I get that half-second start on the guy ahead of me, that's easier for me to either keep him from hitting my quarterback or I can chip him and get to the next level and get to the next guy so that my running back's got a bigger hole.
Well, along those lines, too, I mean, it's an epidemic in the NFL right now with left tackles moving before the snap and not getting called for it. And I mean, I know it happened also in the Nebraska and Minnesota game. So, like, I think you're onto something there, man. I think that's definitely happening. Nathan writes on the JTech Constructions on Twitter feed, it has been an ongoing issue, false starts and offensive line penalties for years under multiple staffs. It's a cultural thing at this point that Rule needs to fix if he wants to be successful here. 100% agree. And the thing is, to go back to the point that I was making a couple of seconds ago, this is something you can control. And in these games moving forward, as they are trying to find 3 more victories to get to 6 on the year, like, just can't continue to do this. They have to play as perfect as they can. And they're not always going to be able to execute everything. They're not going to be able to score touchdowns all the time. They're not going to be able to get sacks all the time on defense. But there's one thing they can do. That's just get off the snap correctly. Like, if you can start at that baseline, that's a solid baseline. You just don't want to keep putting yourself back, you know? And I know that this conversation has been about procedural penalties, but look, I mean, the personal foul that Scott had last Friday too, like, it was going to be first and goal at the 10 or maybe first and 10 at the 11. And instead they got pushed all the way back out of the red zone. Like, this is a group that is not able to drive 100 yards for a touchdown over the course of a drive that starts at their own 25. They need to take advantage of every opportunity they have. They have to be better than that.
402-951-1620. Jesse on the 42 Degrees hotline. Hello, Jesse.
Hey, guys. I'm going to get up on a soapbox here.
Oh, you can borrow mine. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
I know you get a lot of use out of
I
it,
do.
so,
I do. It's a little worn. Watch out for the indentation where my left foot stands.
All right. So whether it's procedure penalties or saying a word before the snap or lining up the offensive tackle barely where you're supposed to, trying to push it, or coaching up guys to put their hands on the inside when blocking to be able to grab pads without the refs seeing it and not get called for holding. I have a problem with all of that because it's all coaching. And I don't care if you're talking about youth football, high school, college, or NFL. If you're a coach and you're coaching guys on how to break rules without getting in trouble for it, I know I'm in the minority here, but I'm also a coach at a couple of different levels. And I got to tell you, you got no business coaching. And I know, again, I know it's a minority. I know it's a cultural thing. It would take a cultural shift to change it. But one of the things that ticks me off is, oh, you could call holding on every play. Well, if you can call holding on every play, please call holding on every play, because there's a way to block and not hold, and you can coach that. And there's a way to line up at left tackle or right tackle and not be offside and not jump the snap. You can coach that. I think things are getting out of hand, and I see it the worst in football from a coaching standpoint.
Interesting. Jesse, appreciate it. Thanks.
Mustache Adam says, I don't think the Illinois defenders were trying to draw Nebraska off sides. They were just trying to reiterate the importance of science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. And it caught them off guard with how important those subjects are.
I'm just glad that somebody out there is still treating college sports as an educational process.
Most of those players will go pro in something other than sports, John. Yeah. Amazing Daniel. Is this the case of one of those things they don't really practice because it's so fundamental they didn't realize they need to? Our scout D needs to be yelling STEM, apparently.
Well, they should be ready for STEM now, but now they've got to go through all the other billions of permutations of words in the English language.
Get out of thesaurus, one-syllable words, right? I think that's what I would do.
You've got one on your hat. Dope. Maybe that'll be the word next week.
Dope.
Yeah, Northwestern was yelling dope.
Yeah, but
it caused us to jump.
He was so far away.
Oh, it is, isn't it? That's too bad. Oh,
it's a bummer. We have a long time to wait.
Think about it this way, Josh. It's like preparing for a Super Bowl. I know this is a foreign concept to you.
I hate you so much.
But it is. It's like preparing for a Super Bowl. You got 2 weeks.
I don't like those 2 weeks either. I don't like that there's a bye between the Super Bowl. Is that a bye or is that an idol? That's an idol, isn't it?
Can we call it a bidle?
No, let's just call it the idol.
We'll just call it an idol.
Yeah.
We'll just
maybe an eye.
You know what? I bet Bruns maybe would.
Bruns will have an answer.
Yeah, we could ask him, I guess.
Woodhouse Chevy has your answer for Silverado Country and the 2023 Silverado 1500 with so many features to help fit your needs. You need the trailering and the cargo space? Great. 13,300 pounds of available trailering. There's also cargo bed LED lighting. So if you're hauling things, you need to be able to see in the dark. It helps so much easier to haul that load. Also, there's safety. The Silverado features lane keep assist and lane departure warning. Also, the convenience of Chevy's multi-flex tailgate. And when you're just cruising around and you want to listen to some tunes or listen to the Grum 6-speaker audio system. Well, right now at Woodhouse Chevy Omaha, lease a 23 Silverado 1500 custom double cab for just $439 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year. Just have $2,000 down payment or trade equity along with first payment and $299 doc fee at signing. Or visit their location. Woodhouse is in Missouri Valley and get up to $4,500 off MSRP and 3.9% APR for 72 months on a Silverado 1500 crew cab 2-wheel drive. Just have $299 doc fee due at signing. You can see these and other great Silverados, all of them in stock online right now at woodhouse.com. And while you're there, schedule a test drive to find out about your next new Silverado. Find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, exit 75 off I-29, Missouri Valley, or 112th and Dodge, Omaha. Both offers expire 10/31/23.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Kudos to him. He has brought people into, whether they know what the hell they're watching or not, he has brought more people into the college football game this year than I can ever recall. Yeah. And he's probably gotten people that are diehard NFL fans that don't live in an area where college football is big. They're paying attention to one team in college football, or actually one individual in college football. We've never seen it before. The impact of a team that is not that good doing ratings like they are. It fits for one guy.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunshine and comfortable temperatures continue for your Tuesday afternoon with a high today of 72 degrees in Omaha. Becoming mostly clear to partly cloudy tonight with a slight chance of showers mainly into northwest Missouri, southwest Iowa by tomorrow morning. Mostly cloudy Wednesday, especially in the afternoon, with a 30% chance of showers and storms mainly after 8 p.m. High tomorrow of 74. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Follow your imagination to the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. Bring the whole gang and explore for treasure on the pirate shipwreck. See how the West was fun. Pretend you're a superhero as you jump on giant bounce pads. Maybe reserve your own campfire rental where you can roast marshmallows and tell stories. It's all up to you. And of course, go on a hayride and grab your own pumpkin. Priced by the size, not the pound. Follow your imagination at the Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch. 48th between Cornhusker and Highway 370. More info at BellevueBerryFarm.com.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction, presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by Chase Senate Contracting, Tinman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
The Zone hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm not going to lie, it turned me on a little.
On 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruns. It's Michael Bruns. Michael Bruns. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruns.
Jose Abreu has just hit a 3-run home run. That followed an RBI single. And Sonny Gray goes to the dugout trailing 4-0. And Minnesota hasn't even batted yet in Game 3 of the ALDS. Huge first inning for the Astros.
He's one of Bruns's coworkers, not in a good mood right now.
Michael, I'm sorry for your coworker, Mr. Christopherson.
Yeah, no, he may be headed up to Minneapolis for tomorrow, so he's not going to like that.
No,
not gonna like that one bit.
No, he's not. I was watching. Go ahead, Michael.
So that's what they get for taking Sonny Gray out at 75 pitches all year. You can't.
Well, after that inning, he's about due for one more inning, and then he's finished.
The card says to get him the heck out of there when you give up 4 in the first inning, I guess.
I was watching you. I always end up down these weird YouTube rabbit holes.
You really do, yeah.
And there was this video. Apparently, there's this guy who is famous for getting foul balls at baseball games, and he travels to every stadium.
You ever seen this guy?
I've heard about this.
This guy
People hate
sucks.
this guy,
Yeah,
doesn't
he's
he?
Well, but he always gives them to kids.
Okay, he sucks less.
Yeah, he doesn't keep them all.
I thought
gives them away.
I thought he kept them.
But
He
the
has kept a
video
lot
I
of
was watching, he was at an A's game.
Okay.
And
he was like the one fan there.
Naturally, he got a lot of foul balls.
A lot of empty territory.
Yeah.
But it was kind of fascinating to have. He was walking around the stadium giving a tour, and it's like, my God, it's like a mausoleum. There's no one there. I just feel so bad.
We feel bad for you, Bruns.
I do. I feel bad for you.
It's a big mausoleum with trough urinals and bad plumbing. I mean, that's basically what it is.
Wow. John almost just spit Coke Zero all over the studio. Almost all over the studio. Hey, Bruns, we were just talking about the false start stuff and Matt Rule talking about STEM. What do you think of his take on the situation and what's happening with Nebraska's offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously felt like it was enough to stand up for his guys. I was aware of the conversation that everybody said, well, Scott Frost did the same thing. Matt Rule did his after a win, I guess, which is a little bit of a different context there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's when you this is a program that it feels like is still working everything out of the system. I mean, he even kind of alluded to it today with the turnover stuff. And in my mind, I guess it's kind of all part of that, where you want to be a disciplined program. You want to win close games. You want to win with, running the ball and stopping the run. The little procedural type things feel like they need to be cleaned up sooner than later. I mean, they haven't bit Nebraska yet, but I mean, there was that drive at the end of the Illinois game where, I mean, Illinois was just kind of begging to be put out of its misery at that point. And, Nebraska just kept giving them, kept letting them hang around. I mean, I think that's a concern. And, I'm not sure what the answer is. I mean, maybe there was some of that going on with, Illinois trying to draw guys off. It wasn't really clear in his explanation when it was happening or if they had done it before or what, but I guess there's got to be some kind of workaround there if the officials aren't going to enforce what he feels like the rules are. So it was kind of an odd aside. I mean, he obviously, I think you've kind of figured out, over the last 9 months that he's not going to say something if he doesn't believe it needs to be said. I mean, he's not just pulling this stuff out of nowhere. So we'll see if it stops. But that the procedural stuff, that's got to get cleaned up, especially when you're staring down the barrel of a bunch of coin flip games over the next 3 or 4.
Got the official word. Marcus Washington's out for the season, torn ACL. We're almost going to have to come up with a name for the receivers because it's Billy Kemp and a bunch of kids. It's like Billy Kemp and the kids.
Billy Kemp and the kid. Billy and the kids.
Billy and the kids.
I like it.
Because they're all very young. So you've got Jalen Lloyd. You've got Malachi. Jaden Doss got into some action last week. Obviously, they're all going to be needed. So the little bursts that we saw to Malachi Coleman, and I'm trying not to let Jack Mitchell's overexuberance influence what I saw, because I was with him as he made his first career catch and he made the block on the play that almost scored Kemp. But who do you see out of this group as being able to elevate to the point where they can be productive with this offense being what it is? Because somebody's got to do it at some point.
Yeah, no, pro Lincoln East bias aside, I think there were times in that game where Coleman was working his way open. I think, to go from, not even being, in the game plan because of the concussion issues for the Michigan game to all of a sudden you're playing, high 50s, low 60s snaps in that Illinois game. I mean, he really kind of had to sink or swim there. And, he was Malachi specifically was a very high ceiling prospect that, everybody kind of said, he's going to need time, and he just doesn't have that. And, for some guys, that's a good thing. I mean, there's no, safety to kind of fall back on. You got to go in there and you got to perform, and we'll see how he does with that, with basically 2 weeks to kind of prepare. Out of that group, the guy that they were really high on in fall camp before he got hurt was Jaden Doss. I mean, he was the name that we heard more than anybody out of that crew. And then, he breaks his arm and then just kind of has to wait for that to heal. So I know they felt good about what his kind of long-term picture was going to be this year. He was maybe going to be a guy that, before everybody got hurt was, maybe going to avoid a redshirt year anyways. And they've kind of cooked up a few things for Jalen Lloyd too. They're all athletic guys. I think they can, get in there and hold up their end of the bargain. You just kind of wonder if it's a catch or two here or there, or can it be a lot more than that? That kind of remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, beyond those three, it's, Ty Hahn caught his first career ball last week against Illinois. He's there. And any other potential guys are kind of escaping me right now. And they moved Bryce Turner and Jeremiah Charles, the other true freshman wide receivers, over to defense. So they're not even in the cards right now. So it's got to be somebody out of that group of three that's got to stand up and be counted really quickly here.
Bruns, along those lines, I wonder, as we get closer to the offseason, which sadly is like halfway here, we're going to want to have big picture opinions on things, coaches, players to take into year two. What can we learn now about Satterfield over the course of these final 6 games, given the hand that he's been dealt in regards to these players, whether it's a wide receiver, the running back situation, even quarterback at times? It makes me wonder, like, how strong opinions I'll even be able to have by the end of this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and it's been tough for a couple weeks. I mean, it's not just, Marcus Washington going down. It's, everything else that happened. In my mind, it was kind of like when you lost Ramir Johnson and Gabe Ervin, it's kind of like, okay, hold on here because it's going to get a little bumpy. But yeah, I mean, I think, you're going to see how creative he can get. And he did that at times at South Carolina where, you had a ton of injuries, guys leaving, and you kind of had to, just kind of find ways to get guys to make plays. And we'll see if he can do that again. But it's a tough first year grade, and certainly context is going to matter when you look back on the season and how things played out. I mean, I think, against Illinois, I thought they called some pretty good things. It's just, when you got guys fumbling, you're without pretty much everybody who you would have assumed would have been a playmaker for you when you started fall camp. That's pretty tough to do. Never mind the fact that the quarterback spot looks completely different. So, yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's almost got to be an incomplete. You don't want to say that because everything matters, but I mean, I just don't. I don't know if you're standing there with a clipboard, what you can kind of call to make this work. Sometimes with the guys that they're trotting out there.
Brunsy, we had the numbers yesterday, and I updated. These were numbers I had updated from after 3 games, but the quarterback run rate, meaning the percentage of times a running play has been the quarterback, is over 41%, which is the highest that we can find in modern Nebraska history. More than Jamal Lord, more than Eric Crouch. I mean, at this point, they are who they are. So I'm not sitting here saying they need to bring that number down because they are who they are. They need to do that. My question is this: can it last 6 more games? They've been kind of lucky with quarterback injuries so far, Sims aside, but can it last 6 more games? Because it looks like it's going to need to.
Yeah. What was Jamal Lord's in 2002?
Was it? See if I can. I think I still have the graphic. I can bring it up on the. I think it's 37%.
It was in the high 30s for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, it was 30. Yeah, Jamal was at 37%, and of course he. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong graphic. And he set the position record for carries and yards. So, I mean, that's the high
14-game season.
So this is still running 4.5% higher in terms of the percentage of run plays being run by the quarterbacks than it was under Jamal Lord.
Yeah, I mean, the bye week is coming, I think, at a really good time. I mean, you're halfway through. You've got some really key games coming out of it. And, I think Harbaugh, for the most part, has held up pretty well to this point. And I think it helps that, you haven't had to kind of flip back and forth over the last few games where they were able to get Sims back to, whatever percentage of health he is. I mean, I think he's pretty close to feeling pretty good. So if you have to go to him, you can. But yeah, I mean, I always think, you look at the stats after a game and the number of quarterback carries, and I always think back to what Matt Rule said in Indianapolis about how they weren't just going to run the quarterback to run him. And it's like, well, that's what you got. And I think they've figured out pretty quickly. And as the injuries have piled up, that, that they have to have that in the offense, and they have to run it a lot in order to have any bit of success. So we'll see if it holds up. I don't know, but at least with not having to play this week, you get both of those guys rested up. It at least gives you a fighting chance to go through the second half with those guys healthy. We'll see if it does. But yeah, I mean, the numbers that you have are pretty impressive there. And then, this wasn't the plan all along, but I think, that's what they have to do. So that they're going to keep doing it.
Have any plans for the idle weekend?
Well, we're never idle here.
Nice.
But, no, I don't actually.
Oh. Well, could you do me a favor? Could you do my co-host a favor? He's all depressed because he's missing the takes. So if you guys could just crank out an extra opinion, a column late this week into the weekend.
Give me some takes, Bruns. I need more takes.
I'll give you some takes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got some stuff going on the site.
Good.
I'm sure there's probably a zoo trip or a pumpkin patch hell in there for me on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, Bruns.
Yeah, I just got to get home in time for that Air Force Wyoming game. That's a big one out in the Mountain West this weekend.
What time is that
my
on?
eyes are going to be on that.
What time is that on?
I don't even know. I think it's an evening game. Probably CBS Sports Network, if I had to guess.
Though I've noticed there's been quite a few more G5 games on the big networks like CBS and
Wyoming
Fox.
whooping ass on Saturday night versus Fresno State.
That's right.
Don't go to Laramie and expect a dub, man. You can't do it. It's tough.
No.
It's famously higher than a mile high there.
People forget.
It's right there on the stadium. They're really proud of that there. But yeah, I'll be watching some football this weekend and maybe a few takes. I'll give you some takes.
Thank you. I can't wait for the takes.
Yeah.
Do it for Josh. For no one else, just do it for Josh. Brunsy, take care.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, Bruns.
Here's a take on altitude. Didn't bother me a bit. When we went to the mountains?
Same.
John says the snow never bothered him anyway.
We went up and we did that beautiful trail ride, and then we climbed a mountain.
Yeah.
And you turned around?
I was the same way. I even participated in activities.
Yeah.
No, I love mountains. Altitude never affects me.
Yeah, I felt fine.
Yeah.
I did like the lack of humidity.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
I think the only time
honestly, it felt a lot like yesterday.
The only time the altitude in the mountains has ever affected me is when I went to Warped Tour and we were at the Pepsi Center parking lot, and it was just hot. The sun hits a little harder.
It does, yes, because you're closer to it. You're closer to the sun.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was worried about, was being too damn close to the damn sun.
No, I got heat
some
exhaustion.
Of us burn like that.
Yeah. Oh, I looked like a lobster that day, John.
Lobster boys.
Probably would have disintegrated you.
Well, thankfully it didn't.
Shane says, I'm calling this year zero. There you go, year zero.
Oh, God, not this.
Say that's a Sipple later, John. So you know what? I think I'm going to call this year zero.
Unless you get a bowl game, then it can be year 0.5.
No, hell, if you make a bowl game, then you're saying this is definitely year one.
Yeah.
No, you're saying it's year two because that's what Matt
That's
never
true.
mind. Back after this, 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's four-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to Qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone.
Let me get you up to speed on the service that you need.
Katie was recently told by a competitor that her transmission needed to be replaced. She thought the cost seemed a little too high, so she called us. We towed it from that shop and verified the transmission was in fact bad. We did the job and saved her over $1,500. Sometimes a second opinion can save you a lot of money. Don't overpay. Call Omaha Transmission.
Omaha Transmission, shifting to running smooth.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Say goodbye to summer and hello to cash loans. Let's face it, your personal banker probably won't loan you thousands of dollars today, but Saul's Jewelry and Loan will. Simply bring in your boat, camper, RV, jet ski, ATV, motorcycle, even your beautiful convertible, along with a clear title, and Saul's will loan you up to $50,000. No credit check, no hassle, and more importantly, no worries. Saul's indoor storage facility is so clean and secure, you can store your precious Harley-Davidson for the winter and pick it up next spring. So if you need a quick cash loan, Saul's is here to help.
Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization.
Flag football for ages 8 to 14 runs through October 20th, and PACE needs sponsors to help pay for refs, jerseys, and other equipment. Go to paceomaha.org to help. And thank you for your support from PACE.
Please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Vallis Pumpkin Patch and Apple Orchard has something fun for all ages. Come take a ride on the antique cars, where the kids are the drivers. Visit our foam ball play area called the Egg Scramble. Stop by the cider mill area where you can have a drink of refreshing apple cider and taste some deliciously good barbecue at Ethan's Applewood Smokehouse. Vallis has more than 50 other attractions included with admission, along with fireworks every Friday night at 9. Vallis, the place to visit this fall.
If you love food, love fun, love fall, you'll love Vallis Pumpkin Patch best of all.
This Friday, Josh, we're going to the best concession stand in the state.
Cannot wait to get back to Roncalli. I'm going to eat so much food.
Omaha Roncalli High School is where we will be this Friday, 2 to 6.
Join us on 1620 The Zone and at Roncalli.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans. We're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders. We're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community. We help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Nick is a jerk.
Yes, he is.
He was bragging off the air.
Remember Sunday night?
About the I don't know if you all know this, but when it comes to picking what time we get our qualifiers for the 4-quarter pick'em, Nick's the one that usually drops in the little sounder that says cue to call.
Yeah.
And and he was rubbing his hands together like some kind of evil doctor from a 50s, B movie. He was saying, they'll never expect it to happen right after the promo.
I told you guys not to mention the German accent.
Yep, but that's what you just did, Nick.
I just want to make sure our dear friends of the Grum are paying attention.
Well, you know what?
This time.
Jed.
I know him.
Jed? There's people in the world are named Jed?
Yeah, wow. And they listen to our show.
Really?
Yeah.
People like Jed sound like the kind of people that would stuff their radio in their pants because they need it.
Jed, put us in your pants.
Jed, put us in your pants.
It'll help.
Put us in your pants.
It'll help.
All right. Well, Jed he's in the drawing.
He's in the qualifier, John.
He's a qualifier. His name is in the hat.
Right.
And we pulled the name out of the hat.
Jed's been such a loyal friend of the Grum that if his name gets drawn, there's gonna be a lot of people around here accusing us.
And we don't,
we don't draw, but they'll be accusing us of
Melanie draws. She doesn't know who Jed
Our
is.
promo person does. None of us on the station have our hands in the drawing.
I mean,
process.
this Grum has been wrongfully accused in the past of giving away too many prizes.
Yeah, sorry, we're awesome.
Sorry, we're great, and our listeners are smart.
Yeah, and handsome.
And also, all of our listeners are today's date. 10-10.
Oh, 10 out of 10?
Yeah. Wow. Mad at me for complimenting the friends of the Grum.
Well,
no, I'm mad at myself.
Wow.
I'm mad at myself.
For agreeing to let me be your producer? Is that what it is?
Wow.
Just mad at myself.
Wow. Oh, wow. Look at this. Jed says, you guys are in my pants more than Casey Mike's mom.
Oh.
That's awesome. I'm going to retweet it.
Wow,
Thank
this
you,
is some
Jed.
lore.
Thank you, Jed. That's awesome. Shane says, I'm calling this year 0, but then he amended it and said, fine, John, how about year -1?
Nope, it's year 1.
You're out on year 0?
Well,
yes, year 0 is,
BC.
especially now. People are getting fired in like 2 years. Some people are getting fired after 1 year. There is
Wait
no
until the
year
playoff
0.
expands. Wait until the playoff expands. People are going to get fired after year 1.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
They already are. Some of them already are.
Yeah.
Though this year, the amount of earlier mid-season firings is way down. Remember at this time last year, there was like 6 or 7.
I was going to say there was half of a
jobs
dozen.
open.
Yeah. Frost was the second person fired. Was there one person who got fired before him? I thought there was one coach who got canned right before Frost, but maybe I'm remembering wrong because he had coached 3 games by the time that he was let go, and he coached 3 games by the end of week 2. Mark says,
I don't remember.
Nick thinks we're a 10 out of 10. How does he say? Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Casey Mike tweets in, screw you, Jed. I was caller 3. Casey Mike, what's going on, bro?
Chips, baby, chips.
Chips, baby, chips.
All right. Oh, the sun's peeking out now in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's 4-0 Stros.
Just in time for the Twins to still not have scored.
Yeah, they had
they had great opportunity in the first.
They had 2 runners in scoring position. That means, John, runners on second and third.
Oh,
who's on
scoring
first?
Position? No one, Nick. They were on second and third.
That's good for you, Josh, because you never were familiar with much scoring position back in your day.
I got it from you, John. I was like, I want to implement.
Yes.
I missed the word.
John taught you how to score?
I wanted to be like John in high school. Ferrin's in the green room right now wondering, what the hell did I just wander into? Mike, put AM radio in your pants. It'll help, I promise. We won't be in his pants, but we'll be in his ears when we return.
That's right. A lot of exciting stuff.
Lots of exciting stuff.
Including his beloved Diamondbacks. Are about ready to sweep out the Dodgers.
Was he the curse? He leaves and they're great. Ooh. It's like 2001 all over again.
Ooh, I think you're right. He leaves, the Diamondbacks get good.
Mm-hmm.
Coincidence? I think not. All right, Mike Ferrin next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash has the right shoulder blocked on westbound I-80 just past Giles. Also delays between 60th and 72nd if you're headed west on I-80. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 84th to 90th. And then delays on L Street if you're headed east around 90th. If you're west on L Street, delays from the JFK to about 42nd, and delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason number 49 to get your Fernando's fix during football season.
Pumpkin spice tacos? Don't bring your crazy around here.
For tailgates, watch parties, or just an ordinary Saturday, get your Fernando's fix. FernandosOmaha.com.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Are you ready for your best year of health yet?
Join Nebraska Medicine for Break for Breakfast, a free drive-through event that could make a life-saving difference.
On Friday morning, October 13th, drive through one of 3 locations between 6:30 and 8:30 for a free breakfast and crucial cancer screening information.
Did you know that early detection is key when it comes to fighting cancer?
That's right. And at Break for Breakfast, you'll get information about different types of cancer screenings without leaving your car.
And don't forget, a free and delicious breakfast.
Mark your calendar for October 13th from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. and head over to one of these locations: Omaha Home for Boys off 52nd and Ames Street, Shadow Lake Town Center off 72nd Street and Highway 370, or Village Point Health Center just south of Dodge near 175th and Burke Streets.
Visit nebraskamed.com/breakfast for all the drive-through event details. That's nebraskamed.com/breakfast.
Get ready for the scare of a lifetime, because Madness Haunted House is back once again. Seek the thrills and horror at the new location, Pioneer Trail Orchard. Over 2 acres and 30 minutes of quality screams and fear. Madness Haunted House, the haunt that wouldn't die.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
3 of the LDS. Oh, Ferrin's hiding behind the logo. Let's pull him out.
Where is he
Let's
at?
Pull him out.
Where is he at? Pull him.
Pull him.
He's
I'm
right there,
pulling.
John. There he is.
Peekaboo.
Oh, we did it at the same time. That was actually kind of funny, though.
You do it.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
Mike, every time.
Mike, John.
Oh my God! Jeez, don't scare me.
John's computer, Mike, has gone to crap. It is so slow now.
No, it's not. It's only when this program is up for so long. Apparently, the cache. Like, I don't know.
Hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Why don't you get a new computer, John?
Yeah,
It's a work computer, man.
It's a PC. It's garbage.
Why don't your bosses get you a new computer, John?
It
Yeah,
probably
how
should.
old is that computer?
I don't know,
Is it
but have you
coming
noticed
apart
like
at
the
the
little rubber thing is coming loose? So I had to tape it
Oh,
down.
you don't want the rubber to break.
John's got a loose gasket.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, especially if you got AM radio in your pants, you definitely don't want the rubber.
Yeah, Mike texted me about that over the weekend. We were sending some texts to each other, laughing about AM radio.
Who?
Mike.
You were text.
Mike and I text sometimes.
You
Usually he calls me an idiot.
I thought you blocked his number.
He doesn't even have my number saved. He just sees the area code and he's like, okay, that's Nick.
Somebody in Iowa is texting.
Yeah.
There has to be more people from Iowa that text you.
Ooh, how many Iowa phone numbers do you have in your phone, Mike?
That's a good question. How many? Well, I think do you want to depend on what region we're talking about?
What's that?
You want to depend on the region, like 712s. It's probably just a handful. I mean, I've got family in 712, so I've got probably three
the
or four.
best area code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
other
I have
area-
more 319s
319.
and maybe a 515. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, no, 515. That's like Des Moines.
We have
same
3
area.
now, Mike. We have 3 area codes in Nebraska. We used to just have 2. I don't remember what the new one is.
I don't either.
Whack ass phone numbers.
The computer doesn't recognize the new one yet.
Yeah, those
I
are
type
like
it in, it's like it's not
basically
real.
a bunch of Gen Zers. I don't want to text them anyway. Congrats on your cell phone, you 12-year-old.
All they'll do is send you TikToks.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to these people.
We're watching the ALDS
Yeah,
here.
baseball.
I mean, the Twins looked like they were set up in great shape. You got Sonny Gray starting, and then Houston comes out and pow, right in the kisser.
Yeah, Haynes a breaking ball to Jose Abreu, and it's 4-0 before you can blink. I mean, and I think it's like the second home run that Gray allowed on a breaking ball all year. I mean, it was a meatball. So, listen, it's a tall task against Christian Javier, who's been throwing the ball well, to come back. He is very good. He has one of the more electric fastballs. But I mean, again, there's still a long way to go in this. We just saw a team come back from a 4-run deficit against a pitcher who was, how shall we say, shoving last night. So anything is possible.
Mike, which of the teams that are currently down 2-0 should be feeling the worst about themselves at this very moment in time?
Well, I mean, I think everybody who's down 2-0 probably doesn't feel very good. Both the teams don't.
Who feels slightly worse?
I think Baltimore probably does. I mean, that's going to be a tough task. I mean, they're not having John Means for this round puts Dean Kramer into that spot. Kramer's been a pretty solid pitcher for them all year, but this Texas lineup right now is just not swinging at anything that's outside the strike zone, and they're going to go to a raucous crowd in Arlington tonight. So I think there's a very good chance that series is over tonight. It's a little different in the Diamondbacks-Dodgers series in that, like, you can see a path to the Dodgers coming back. Neither team has a dominant starter going in Game 3. The Dodgers are going with Lance Lynn, and then probably a good chunk of Ryan Pepio, who's thrown the ball pretty well, where the Diamondbacks will use Brandon Pfaadt and try and empty the tank. They have Merrill Kelly lined up for Game 4. I think Kershaw probably pitches better if it goes to a Game 4 than he did in Game 1. So it'd be very difficult too. I mean, that was the worst start of his career, I think, whether regular season or postseason. I mean, 6 runs in a third of an inning. So, I think there's a little bit better sliver of hope for the Dodgers with that, just based on, if weird stuff happens. And if Kershaw pitches well, I mean, he could go toe to toe with Kelly, and then all of a sudden they're having to go back to LA. But I really feel like that Baltimore Texas series probably ends tonight.
So I went back and did the math. The Rangers starters so far, this is the whole postseason, so counting last week too, 21 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs, only 2 walks. That's the starters. The bullpen, who has been, maligned for a good chunk of the second half of the season, 14 2/3 innings, 6 walks, 4 earned runs. If they can maintain, especially the bullpen, if they can maintain that level of work, is Texas the favorite in the American League?
They've had all sorts of trouble with Houston, and I know that really doesn't matter in the postseason, but I think they're a pretty dangerous team overall. I mean, the lineup is really good, and I think what's incredible about those pitching stats that you outline is no Jacob deGrom, who was their big free agent signing, no Max Scherzer, who was their trade deadline acquisition, and no John Gray, who was their big free agent signing a year ago. I mean, none of those three guys have thrown a pitch in this series for them. It has been, not to call Nathan Eovaldi, who's going to start tonight, an understudy, because he really is a very good starting pitcher. But Jordan Montgomery has pitched pretty well for them, and they were able to bullpen their way through game one. So, I think they've got as good a chance of anybody. I think is coming out of that American League the way things line up. The thing is that when we start looking at full season numbers on things like even starting rotations and bullpens, especially with relievers, the complexion of those groups change frequently throughout the year. And we also are talking about teams that like there's a lot of break glass in case of emergency guys that are on a roster for pitching wise for a team in the postseason. So you're not really, when you look at the overall numbers, you're not really talking about the guys that are pitching in games that they have a chance to win, down a run or two in the middle innings or up late. So I think they're pretty well positioned. The pitching is a little bit better than I think people realize because of the overall numbers, and especially if Nathan Eovaldi throws the ball like he did in his start in St. Petersburg. I mean, that was vintage Eovaldi, and he's pitched very well. He was an all-star this year. I mean, he was outstanding in the first half, and an injury really limited his production this year. They're a dangerous team, but listen, if we end up with a Rangers Astros LCS, that's going to be pretty nuts. Finally, the battle for the silver boot will matter.
Is that what they play for, the silver boot?
The battle for the silver boot.
What is it with Texas rivalries and playing for metallic pieces of
footwear,
foot or headgear? Because you just had the
that's right,
golden hat.
That's right,
for the Texas Oklahoma game, and now it's the silver boot.
Like, they do not deserve to get any more guff for playing for footwear or headgear than Big Ten teams do, who play for a little brown jug or a bronze pig.
Yeah.
Right? So, let's not
be for Penn State, Michigan State.
Is that the land grant trophy?
Yes.
That doesn't even make any sense.
At your grandparents' house back in the 80s. Have you not seen the land grant trophy?
I can't say that I have.
The land grant trophy is the most ridiculous of the Big Ten trophies because it's
it was literally to give Penn State some, because everyone has to have their kitschy little trophy game. I mean, Nebraska got one when they joined the league.
Look at this. Oh, it closed. Look at that. You've never seen that?
Yeah, it does. It looks like an end table.
Seriously, it looks like something my grandparents would have. Very odd.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Go find the Elia Buck. That's another great one.
Which one was that, Mike?
The Elia Buck. The one that Illinois and Ohio State play for.
All right.
This is a dumb conference.
Yeah. I mean, there was the worst was Northwestern Illinois used to play for. This is just horribly racist. They used to play for a cigar store Indian. That was a name.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh,
that was not good.
Buck is hysterical.
For a turtle.
Yeah. Wow.
It's not even involving Maryland.
That is so fun. Oh, good point, John. Great point.
I like the turtle.
Well, it predates the Terps in the Big Ten, so
yeah, but how many turtles do you know in Big Ten country?
Not a whole lot. Wow, that's fun.
There are lakes in a lot of Big Ten country.
I know, but
have you never seen a snapping turtle on the side of the road?
I have seen a
Northwestern's practice facility right next to the lake.
Yes, I have.
But there's a lot of turtles there.
I'm sure there's a lot of hazing that goes on in that lake.
Wow.
They have to put the turtles through the car
Too
wash.
soon.
No, it's never too soon.
Never too soon.
You mentioned, Mike, at the end of our talk last week about Evan Carter. And Texas.
He's good.
And famously, the Rangers exploded for 11 runs on Sunday. They outscored the other professional sports team from the Arlington Metroplex on Sunday.
What the hell? I thought this was a baseball segment. We don't like football in this segment. That's what Ferrin says every week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stop talking about football. I never bring up the Bears. I do bring up
you do bring up the Bears.
Yeah, usually it's like about their stadium.
They went 1-0 last week.
That's true.
But the Rangers offense, the spark plug.
Well, he's really good. I mean, and again, like it goes back to kind of something we were talking about with the Rangers offense overall, and that they just do not chase outside the strike zone. They don't go outside the zone very often. And Carter is kind of the poster child for that. I mean, what he's done at a really young age is pretty remarkable when you figure that he spent most of this year in Double-A. You know, when he was drafted in 2020, 2020 was a weird draft, right? Because everybody's high school season either didn't get underway or got shut down just as it got started. And the Rangers took him in the second round. There were a lot of people that were wondering who is Evan Carter. And then as soon as they saw him get into affiliated ball in 2021, they went, oh, that's Evan Carter. And what you've seen is a guy who has power, speed. I didn't think he played a great game defensively in game 2. Couple of balls that looked like they gave him problems, but I wonder if some of that is just getting used to the depth of like, I don't think we can fully appreciate how far away Mount Baltimore is from home plate since they redid and ruined Camden Yards with that monstrosity. But he's been a very, very good player, and I think he's going to be a really good player for a long time. And remember, they had Wyatt Langford, who we saw in Omaha go off this last year, finished the season in AAA last year. And there is a chance that Langford and Carter end up being huge parts of the Rangers' future as soon as next year. And that's a pretty scary middle of the order. And Wyatt Langford's going to just rake.
Mike, John had the numbers earlier via Jason Stark about, just the odd situation
The
of
rarity,
the rarity of what happened at the very end of the Braves game last night. We were watching the pregame show and they showed the Jeter play against the A's from back in 2001. I wonder, when you think of your time watching the sport, where does that play rank, the end of the game, the double play, just in terms of like cool factor? Because first of all, there's never been that type of double play to finish a game is wild to me, given how long the sport has been around, and just how everyone reacted in that moment, and how just so many things had to happen for it to end the way it did. So cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think the part that was unusual I think it was, I didn't read Jason, but I'm assuming that he was talking about the fact that it was an 8-5-3 triple or double play, right? That went from
but it's also the first time.
to
Yeah,
third
it's
base.
also the first time that a game-ending postseason double play was initiated from the outfield.
From the outfield.
Of anything.
So, which is kind of incredible. I mean, is that true? I don't think that. Well, double play, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of the 2003 Marlins. Sorry, John, who won their series against the Giants on a play at the plate, right? Base hit that could have tied the game. Yeah,
right, but not on a sac fly.
But not on a.
It
wasn't an
the second out, and you throw the guy out trying to score it.
That was a cool play.
I mean, I think there were so many things that had to go right on that, right? Like Harris covers a ton of ground. Michael Harris II, who's a tremendous outfielder, covers a ton of ground, crashes into the fence, crashes into one of the like pillars in the fence, which couldn't have felt great.
Ouch.
Has a presence of mind to get the ball in. It gets under two infielders that are in the outfield, and Austin Riley, who was celebrating the play, is pointing to go to first, and then all of a sudden finds himself in a position where he's the one that has to make the play, backhands it as it's rolling on the turf, and fires a strike to get Harper at first. And, we talked a lot about this morning. Harper, I think there were a lot of people inside baseball that defended his base running in that spot because, you're taking a little bit of a gamble, because I'm not sure that anybody thought that Harris was going to get to that ball when it was hit. I mean, that ball was crushed. At the same time, like if Harper stops at second and it hits the wall and Acuna's there to back up, let's say that everything goes perfectly in that regard, you've got second and third and one out. So I think it's kind of a 50-50 as to whether or not Harper could have held at second there and not gotten doubled off as a result, or if he was making the right read. I don't think it's one to get too fussed up about, but it took an incredible play, an incredible athletic play by Harris, an incredible heads-up play by both him and by Riley, and a really aggressive base runner in a key spot to end that. And it was a fantastic finish. What was really funny is that I thought as that was happening, right as that play was finishing, James Outman made an incredible catch at the fence in center field in the Dodgers Diamondbacks game with the bases loaded and nobody out in the first. And I thought that had a chance to be a game-changing play in that one. He got turned around twice, crashed into the wall. Diamondbacks scored a run on it. They ended up getting 3 in the inning, and it ended up not mattering. But we had that was the play that was, I think the result ended up overshadowing it, but it also was happening at the same time that they're pulling off this incredible double play to end the game.
So as I was telling Josh, I of course, I was walking the dog when this happened, so I'm listening to the game on the radio, and because the Phillies were behind, I chose the Philly broadcast because if they came back, I wanted to hear the exuberance, not anticipating one of the most amazing game-ending defensive plays to end a postseason game. As they were talking through it last night in kind of the aftermath, the justification was, I get why Harper was that far off because you're going up against Iglesias, you're going up against the Braves closer, and you're trying to force the issue. So as I was hearing that, that's how my mind was when I finally got home to watch the play. Then you see how the play unfolds, and it's like, you kind of understand it.
I mean, I understood why Harper did it. I totally do too. But I also think that Iglesias has been a little bit shaky, and a team that has gotten to him has been the Phillies. And I mean, most of that has been Harper. I think Harper's got 4 career homers off him.
He's like 6 for 9 for 4.
Yeah, with 4 homers. It's very like Ben Francisco versus Andy Sonnenstein numbers. Look that one up, Josh. Those are crazy.
That's fair. I said that to John earlier.
Go look up Ben Francisco versus Andy Sonnenstein, and you will never forget why Ben Francisco owned Andy Sonnenstein. But I mean, listen, it was
Ben's brother is San. Sorry, I interrupted you. I made a bad joke. I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I know. That's why I'm being quiet now.
Probably. I mean, it's certainly the greatest walk-off double play in a postseason game since the 2016 NLCS.
Did you? I'm just kind of curious. I realize that it's a little chilly there. At least I'm assuming that because Nick is wearing a toque.
No, that's just what he does. It's like 70 today.
And you say it's hoodie and shorts weather. I wondered if the weather was starting to freeze John's brain a little bit, and that's what
got him. Frozen brain boy. I did see a story earlier on Twitter about Neanderthals wearing suits. That'll be you during basketball season.
What?
In Germany, they dressed up a Neanderthal-looking thing in a suit to show what they would have looked like.
That's what they would
look like. So then during a commercial break, I went down a deep dive on Neanderthals.
You're probably too young to remember the Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer on Saturday Night Live, which was a Phil Hartman classic. But a caveman, yeah.
Your society frightens and confuses me. Tremendous stuff. So, the old baseball adage is momentum is only as good as the next game's starting pitcher.
Heard that.
Do you think, though, that given the rare nature, how the Braves came back after being absolutely shut down by Zach Wheeler, then to have the game end like that, can there be any residual carryover effect or... No.
I think there's more for fans in there. Baseball players are really, really good at compartmentalizing what happened. And because they have to do it every day, like it doesn't tend to be those stunning losses that lead you down a terrible path. It tends to be like the more mundane ones where all of a sudden you look up and it's 5 in a row or 6 out of 7 or something like that.
Right.
So I don't think it's going to affect, if the Braves come back and win the series, does it mean that it affected them? I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I mean, we're talking about the team that didn't hit for the first, almost 15 innings of the series. That was the first team in baseball history to slug 500 as a team for the entire season. So, I mean, this is a historic offense. If the Braves come back and win the series, it'll be because the offense got going. I don't think it'll be because the Phillies all of a sudden cowered under the terrific defense of the Atlanta Braves. And listen, they're going to Philadelphia, and that is a charged environment. And these two teams have played some really great games against each other this season. I expect the next 2 will be the same, but I would not count out Philadelphia based on what happened last night. I don't think that that's fair to them. They have the starting pitching advantage in game 3 with Nola. And, I'm assuming that Atlanta is going to go with AJ Smith-Shawver, who is young. He's 2021. He's got a huge arm, but doesn't have much experience. So, I'm not all that worried about the psyche of the Phillies so much as, if they lose the series, somebody will say it's because of that, but I don't think you should listen to that person.
So, Mike, it looks like this Ben Francisco guy hit some home runs off of Sonnenstein back in May of 2009. Was that the reference that I'm?
He was 7 for 9 with 5 homers in his career against Andy Sonnenstein.
That's pretty good, including his second ever home run. Do you know who he hit his first home run off of, John?
Not Andy Sonnenstein.
No, it was not. That was his second home run, but it was the same team, just a few days apart.
So it would have been somebody with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Devil Rays at the time. Yes, this is 07, late June of 07.
They were the Rays by 07.
Oh, it says Devil Rays on this website.
Oh, maybe they were. Maybe 08 was the year they went to the Rays.
I'm on Baseball Almanac.
I would think that it was it
it's going to be awesome if he gets this.
Matt Garza?
John?
I have no idea.
Sean Camp.
Sean Camp.
The
pride and joy of George Mason University.
Good grief. You pulled that one out of thin air.
In fact, I think Sean Camp might be on the coaching staff at George Mason.
Wow. There you go. So, yeah, that was the first of his 50 career home runs.
How about that?
His last just over a decade ago.
Sean Camp is the head coach at George Mason.
Oh, baseball.
He is a true patriot.
Nice.
He is a George Mason patriot.
I get it.
Wow. And the bad jokes just keep coming. Hey, speaking of bad jokes.
Yeah, that was better than yours, San.
Speaking of bad jokes, did you see that Steve Garvey is running for U.S. Senate?
So I actually have thoughts on this. Josh, do you know who Steve Garvey is?
The name is familiar, and I can't place it.
He's known in some cultures as Beelzebub, in other cultures as Old Scratch, and most people know him as Satan.
Steve Garvey.
Steve Garvey had 5 hits in Game 4 of the 1984 National League Championship.
Oh, for the Padres.
Devil.
Oh, no.
He's also extremely handsome.
Is he a lib or is he
not
not
he's
a lib?
extremely handsome.
Not a lib.
His wife.
Well.
Terrible human being. He's the worst person of all time.
Steve Garvey has I've met Steve a number of times. He's always been very, very nice.
Oh, sure. I mean, the devil's always nice to you as they're trying to suck you
devil,
in.
you know.
So Steve Garvey's first wife left him for Marvin Hamlish. Did you know that? Do you know who Marvin Hamlish is, Josh?
There's so many names. You're just throwing names at
two
me.
old dudes naming old
Yeah,
people.
let's name some white guys.
Google Marvin Hamlish, and you'll see why he's historically significant. He is more historically significant than Steve Garvey.
Let's see. He's a
Marvin-
musician. Oh, he died.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Let's see. What songs is he known for?
Lord.
Oh, he won an EGOT.
Oh,
That's
nice.
pretty
Yeah.
cool. Let's see. Oh, My Fair Lady. No, that's his favorite musical.
He's basically a Broadway.
Yeah.
He's got a Pulitzer. Pulitzer.
Pulitzer.
The guy was a big stinking deal.
Okay.
But also, that
cool.
that marriage broke up at the same time that Garvey was having
An affair.
with his secretary. The
Cheaters.
So
Bad person.
Garvey's infidelity. So Garvey had led this life that was very much like all-American boy, right? That was the image that he had portrayed. And there are some like funny stories about that too. I don't know, Garvey was always a favorite teammate, but like when he made the All-Star game in 1974, he started as a write-in candidate, and it was basically him and his wife and a bunch of friends writing his name in on All-Star ballots at the kitchen table. No kidding. Like, that's amazing, right? So like Garvey had this huge reputation. The scandal was big enough news that it was like the jokes on Letterman were like almost every night about Steve Garvey and his infidelity, right? Then he also ran into some financial trouble with the security, I believe the Security and Exchange Commission, if not the Federal Trade Authority.
This is your classic all-American guy.
Yeah, so like there have been there have been a few skeletons that reside outside of Steve Garvey's closet. But
Of
yeah,
course, his
apparently
biggest
he's running for
skeleton was
Senate.
Game 4 of the 1984 NLCS.
Garvey does it again.
13-year-old John.
Oh, I hate him.
40 years later, still
John.
triggered.
I hate him.
Yeah.
I just
Hey,
hate him.
2016 though.
It's okay to let it go, John.
I can't let it go.
So you got to watch it with your kid. How
I
cool
know.
was that?
But I could have watched it with my father as a 13-year-old.
That's true. Sorry. Yanni says Garvey modeled jockey underwear, and now he's going to lose in a Senate race as a Republican.
I don't know. Did Garvey jockey model underwear? That was Jim Palmer. I know,
Jim
that
Palmer
modeled
did
underwear.
jockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Garvey
He-
certainly was handsome enough. Garvey had these forearms that were like
Popeye.
reminiscent of Popeye. but
Really?
covered in like the most luscious forearm hair you've ever seen. It wasn't like disgusting forearm hair. It was like well coiffed.
Holy God!
Garvey
these
is really
forearms
handsome.
are massive.
Yeah.
They're like my legs.
And
he's still like barrel chested. He's 71, 72 now.
Oh
like,
my goodness,
yeah.
you are not
And I
kidding,
can
Mike. Look at those arms.
Right? See that GD swing. Good God.
Man.
He's part of one of the greatest infields of all time with Steve Garvey, Davey Lopes, Bill Russell, and Ron Say.
Did the Padres win the World Series that year, or did they lose?
No.
Who'd they play?
No, they lost to the
Tigers
Tigers.
crushed them. The Tigers should be thankful because the Cubs would have crushed the Tigers.
The Tigers started that season 35-5.
Yeah.
Holy God.
Hey, yeah, and Tampa Bay started out really good too. And where did they go? We would have Detroit. You owe Steve Garvey $1 million.
Those old school World Series logos were sweet.
Oh, they were.
Bring back the 80s World Series logos. Those are nice.
Hey, like as long as you're Googling that, somebody put out a list of all the old ones. Like, go back and look at the ones from the mid 70s too. They're pretty cool.
Oh yeah, some of those were pretty good.
They're a little mundane now. Yeah, there needs to be an upgrade.
Yeah, do these.
What? I don't get it. Why that the Super Bowl thing?
Oh, the Super Bowl logo is trash.
They're
now.
terrible.
It's garbage.
The NBA Finals, it's the same every year.
It is, yeah.
You know, you gotta make logos great again.
That's
I
a
think-
party I'll vote for.
I think the NBA should go away from using the Larry O'Brien trophy and just put Larry O'Brien on the logo.
Oh, Larry. Oh, just him. Just Larry.
Just Larry O'Brien. The
His
NBA
face.
Finals. Win me.
74 and 77 are kind of boring. It's just text.
74 World Series is
But
boring.
76 is pretty good if I remember right.
76
Right?
is pretty cool.
All right,
Yeah,
let's-
76
A lot
is
of
a
things
good
were
one.
cool in 1976 just because of the buys.
76
and-
is a great
holy
year.
crap, Mike. The 76 logo rules.
It's sick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's
Because all great things came out of 1976.
Oh, is that when Mike was born?
I must have been.
Wow.
He's a bicentennial baby.
I didn't know
Missed
that.
it by 3 days.
Whoa.
So
You're July 7th?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
the
Yeah,
best. people
John
are
and I
born
talk
on
about this
July
every year where we forget
Yeah.
that our birthdays are a couple of days
Yeah,
apart. And
that's
then we're
right.
like, all right.
Yep.
Anyway.
Baseball.
By the way, we've gone to the fourth now, and it's still 4-0.
dude.
Minnesota's blown another score.
I know. They had what was it? 1 out, 2 on?
I know they had 2 on. I didn't look up to see if it was a 1 out. I know it was 2.
Wah.
but
Come on,
far-
Twins.
So far.
Yeah.
All right, Mike. Well, enjoy the rest of this game, and of course, the Rangers will try to end the Orioles tonight.
Yes, it's a good action today. And who knows, like maybe we can pull for an Orioles victory so we could get 4 games of baseball tomorrow.
Please.
What would Josh do if there were 4 games of baseball?
Watch action.
No, I'm busy tomorrow. I'll watch some baseball though. I promise.
Well, we'll have it on the TV.
Yeah, I want day baseball, Mike. I'm all for 4 games tomorrow. All for 4 games.
Good.
Have a great rest of your week.
Hey, thanks. You too. I'll try and we should touch base about next week because LCS time, be traveling, stuff like that. So
We will do that.
Tuesday's not going to work. But
Tuesday when we'll figure it out.
All right.
All right. See you later.
All right. See you
Bye,
later.
Mike.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Look, Andy just sent in. Is that Steve Garvey doing some jockey stuff there with his huge forearms? And is his hair there somewhere? Where is Mr. Garvey?
Does he look like he's listening to AM radio?
I think that's him in the upper left-hand corner.
Upper left-hand corner. Okay, yeah. Yep. Those are the forearms.
Jim Palmer was the one more famous for doing the underwear pose.
Forearms a little sore.
I guess it doesn't surprise me. I mean, Garvey usually was taking his clothes off so he could have another affair.
Nice.
Hey,
Good reference, John.
Evil man.
Brian
Evil
says, I'm no Cubs fan, but I understand the Garvey hate. To this day, I still hate that piece of duty Kent Herbeck of the Twins because of the 91 World Series. Okay, so he just decided to mention another guy he hates.
Did he say duty or did you censor that one?
No, that's what he said. Dude,
Oh.
That's his name, Nick, right? Or no, yeah, he said fat piece of duty.
Okay.
Yeah. Herbeck?
Kent
Herbeck? HR?
Yeah, Herbeck. You don't.
Put another vowel in there, bro.
Oh, you don't recognize the name Kent Herbeck?
I've heard the name. I've never
Yeah,
seen it
this famous
spelled.
Minnesota Twin.
KG
91 World
writes,
Series.
all the cool people are born in July. What's your excuse?
Hey-o.
My excuse is I'm the coolest.
Oh, okay. That was Talking Baseball with Mike Ferrin.
Yes,
Now we don't have to do it again until tomorrow.
Maybe not even next week, apparently. Oh, man.
Mm.
I'm kidding. I love talking to Mike.
Mike's cool.
Yeah, he's a fun guest.
I wish he
spend
liked
all
me,
next
but he's
Tuesday talking about how the Chargers kick the crap out of the Cowboys.
Let's not do that.
Oh, the Chargers got a bye
come
week.
on, Kellen Moore. I don't want him to beat Dallas.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah, it's time for the Kellen Moore Bowl.
Justin Herbert likes to throw the ball.
Yeah, barely. He doesn't throw it that far down the field, though. It's a lot of short stuff.
It's short stuff
hope
is still fine.
I want
Josh.
more sacks this week. What the hell happened to the sacks?
It's called the Frisco Offensive
God,
Line.
they're so good. They're the best team in the NFL.
Well, Josh will have a chance to defend his quarterback later. He will also have a chance.
I don't want to.
We'll find out if he's amended his hot take.
I do have a hot take. I've deleted the Bill Belichick one. I have a new take for you today.
Okay.
Let's do that.
We'll have a football hot take market coming up here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
So let me tell you a couple of the things that happened to Memorial Stadium as they were building it. Rain plagued the project. At one point, there were 6 feet of water inside the stadium. 2 months before the stadium was set to open, a tornado destroyed some of the wooden forms used to pour sections of the concrete stands.
Material was picked up and moved, and in some places the wind dipped down below the surface of the ground and picked up heavy material and tossed it about like eggshells.
I like when they compare stuff to stuff.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Spectacular weather into early evening with the sunny skies, the temperatures in the upper 60s. Partly cloudy tonight, not as chilly. Lows drop back into the upper 40s and lower 50s, and then partly cloudy and breezy on Wednesday. High in the mid-70s, then watching out for evening storms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, we've got a report of a stall that has the center lane blocked on the northbound North Freeway at Fort Street. It's causing stop-and-go traffic back from at least Stores Expressway. The exit ramp is partially blocked from the northbound JFK to westbound I-80. Road work still causing delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and Rose Blumkin Drive. Delays on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 102nd. And delays on 370 for both directions around Golden Boulevard. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Enjoy Romeo's Grande Pizza and Taco Combo. 1 large 2-topping pizza, 4 soft-shell tacos, chips, and queso dip for only $29.99. Only at Romeo's. Carry out only.
Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
Brain Sports Update.
The annual Creighton Volleyball Pink Out is this Friday. Join the Blue Jays at DJ Sokol Arena at 6, dressed in your best pink as the Georgetown Hoyas are in town for Big East play. Then, on Sunday, bring your costumes for a Creighton Volleyball Blue Jay Bash with pre-match trick-or-treating in the concourse before 1 p.m. First serve versus Villanova. Purchase your tickets to both matches today at gocreighton.com/buy.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You root Big Red football, you must root Big Red basketball.
The 1620 The Zone.
Hey, quick reminder. Just because this is an idle week for the Big Red doesn't mean that the fun can't still occur. Friday, speaking of fun, it's our favorite remote of the year. We are going to revisit the Eddies over at the Omaha Roncalli concession stand for a top 5 matchup in Class C1 between the Crimson Pride of Roncalli and 6-1 Ashland Greenwood.
And how about this?
And it's homecoming.
I don't have a quarter with me, but this will be 2 days before my next marathon. So my diet is changing this close to a race. So there will be a lot of extra food. So if you want to eat my share of the food, come on by.
You should come by anyway because the Eddies always take care of us.
You'll get a lot of food if you come on by.
And we always have a wonderful, wonderful time.
Yes, we do.
So stop on by. Omaha Roncalli, Friday 2 to 6. We will be there.
Douglas writes, best thing about baseball is old dudes who remember every single fact and stat, and I don't have to. I'll use AI if I want to, and I don't. It's baseball. Can't tell if he's complimenting you or making fun of you.
It's a little bit of both.
Either way, we appreciate you listening.
Olds love baseball stats.
Youngs love baseball stats. Where do you think all the analytics crap comes from? Ain't coming from people my age.
That's not true. Billy Bean's your age.
I'm saying nowadays.
Oh, okay.
The youngs like the baseball too.
Joe writes, less Mr. Garvey and more Mr. Gravy. Am I right, Nick?
Oh,
Mr. Gravy.
I wonder what he's up to these days. I don't know what happened to him.
Shoot him an email and find out.
I will not talk to him.
You will not shoot him an email. Star Wars Fiend says, I love Mike Ferrin's segment, and unlike Sip, he lets you know a week in advance if he can't do the show.
Well,
boom, roasted.
He does show us that courtesy.
He also doesn't, confirm the day of and then just dip.
That's true. He will join us hopefully in 20 minutes.
He did confirm today.
Again.
He did confirm. One of the other things that Matt Rule talked about at his media session for this idle week is still talking about the fumbles.
Oh, yes, he talked about him today.
He did. His quote was, we don't have the audio for you, but I do have the quote. I love Anthony, but you can't play for us if you can't control the ball. Anthony has got to improve that. He's not in the doghouse. People take things the wrong way. He's got a skill that is not showing up. It's very simple. It's all technical. Oh, it's all
technical for you.
Football is never emotional for me. I've seen you on the side.
Nah.
It's just technical. I have to get that fixed for Anthony, and Anthony has to get that fixed for Anthony. You can't fumble the ball in practice on Tuesday, then fumble it again on Wednesday, and fumble it in the 4-minute offense on Saturday, and think you're going to play the next week. So it makes you wonder, is he fumbling the ball in practice too?
I'm starting to think that it's now a problem beyond just, the time in August.
So I wonder where it comes from, because he didn't have this problem last year.
You wonder if, not to make a joke about a football, is he squeezing too hard right now with everything? Is he just so amped up? And he talked about he's carrying the ball the wrong way. He noted that Tom Osborne was watching film with the team, I think yesterday, and how Osborne complimented Harbaugh. And Harbaugh, I've seen some people making fun of him. Like Jack's had a little fun just because it's so high and tight, but
it works.
But it works. And so he was.
Now the problem is he's. You know what? He probably was taught that from an early age.
See, and that's what he said.
And you have to. Because it's part of your running motion. It's
Correct.
Part of your running style.
And that's what Rule said. It's like, this is something that he has just been doing the wrong way. And
I guarantee you're not going to run your marathons the same way if you have to carry something.
Correct.
Because you're used to running a certain way. It's no different than with a football player.
Like if you had a baton.
If I had a baton, exactly. Yeah, you have a different motion. In all seriousness, so that's something that that he'll need to continue to work on. And they're just so thin, because then he mentions, and then his backup comes in and he fumbles too.
Yeah, it's not like Emmett Johnson was clean with the football.
Yeah, and so it's like, my God, they've gotten to a point where sadly, there's not really a whole lot more that they can do. You can say, get him out of there, but then if the backup's fumbling as well, what are you going to say? Get him out of there, and then all right, then who are you putting in? I mean, Fleeks. You mentioned Fleeks has been playing, practicing well, so wild.
Fleeks didn't have that many snaps against
He had
Illinois.
one carry against Illinois?
Yeah, I don't recall him being on the field very much, and I thought we'd see him a lot more.
Yeah, me too, especially after the carry that he had against Michigan.
So,
yeah, he has now on the season, in terms of total production, he has 2 catches for 6 yards, 2 carries for 75 yards, and a long of 74 yards. So his second carry went 1 yard.
Well, we'll see what they can get worked out over the next 2 weeks. The problem, something like that, though, that's hard to just correct.
Oh, yeah, for
overnight.
sure. And again, if it's like a mental thing with him right now, if it's a mental block, it's going to be tough to get past.
It certainly is. All right, coming up, we're going to get to our football hot take market, where we've got hot takes, and
no,
Alec
boo.
Bregman just went yard, and Houston leads 5-0. Sonny Gray still out there,
Sonny
in the 5th, but Alex Bregman is just taking him deep.
Oh, thank you, Nick. Yeah, you missed Nick a scoreboard update? All right, back to the penis. Thank you, Nick. Penis.
Do you think his walk-up song is Sunny Day from, is it Sesame Street? Sunny Day.
Who?
Because his name is Sonny Gray.
Well, he's a pitcher. He doesn't hit.
Okay, well,
So
why can't pitchers have walk-up songs?
They do, but they added the bullpen.
Do you think his bullpen song?
Well, he's a starter.
Just play more music in baseball.
No,
Damn.
They play music in baseball all the time.
Nick.
I want more.
Jeez.
Well, okay,
this isn't FM radio.
This isn't the NBA where they play that annoying crap while the game is going on.
That's pretty stupid.
Some people like soundtracks for their action.
No,
John.
we don't need it. You know what the soundtrack is? It's the peanut vendor yelling,
Penis vendor?
Peanuts!
Penis. Send in your penises right now.
It's the murmur of the crowd.
Oh, they're murmuring right
Sorry,
now.
I need to do one more to make up for all the
penis.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Deb, $800. All right, let's do hot takes.
Hot take, football hot take market. Next on 1620 The Zone.
If
you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money.
It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Terrors of the night stalk among the trees. In the distance, fear awaits. A shriek, laughter, then silence. It's the season of darkness at the Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. Spend an hour with nothing to protect you but your own screams. Bring your group and witness unspeakable horrors that test every fiber of your nerves. Hayride and House combo $30 or $19 separately. The Ranch of Terror and Haunted Hayride. BellevueBerryFarm.com.
Omaha Mavericks hockey opens at home Friday and Saturday against Niagara. Saturday night, Mavericks fans welcome wrestling alumni and will honor the 2011 National Championship team. Join us in the celebration. Last season, you made Omaha hockey the fastest growing hockey attendance in the country and hottest ticket in town. Single game tickets are on sale now with a limited number of season tickets still available. Get your tickets by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or go to omavs.com/ticks.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Time to head to the market.
Boston market?
The football hot take market.
Oh, even better.
Well, I inadvertently stole Josh's hot take yesterday. That
the Bill Belichick one?
Bill Belichick's done after this year.
Yeah, I deleted that one. I got a new one for you.
All right, well, then to run the risk of not stealing another one, you go first.
All right, I alluded to this yesterday, but I did want to expand on it. If Brock Purdy wasn't their quarterback, we'd be wondering if the 49ers were on their way to being like an all-time team. And when I say that, I don't mean if they had a better quarterback.
So you're dissing?
No, see, exactly. That I don't want it to come across that way. I'm saying more, I think we are underrating how good the 49ers are right now. I have no desire anymore to debate if Brock Purdy is good or not, or good or great. Like, he's putting up insane numbers. Right now, Peter King had this in his column yesterday. The top 4 seeds in the NFL, Frisco and Philly in the NFC, KC and Miami in the AFC. You look at those quarterbacks, and you know who they are. Jalen Hurts, Mahomes, Tua, and Brock. Purdy is first in accuracy, first in passer rating, first in touchdown to INT ratio, second in yards per pass attempt, third in passing yards, and first in team margin of victory. Now, he obviously doesn't control all of those factors, and some he controls more than others. But there is still, of course, that part of him that is such a large part of this discussion and story that we're like, yeah, they're really good, but I don't think that there is a but anymore. I know that he hasn't lost in the regular season, and that at some point is going to change. There will be weaknesses that show up, but I don't think the weaknesses are going to be as glaring as I wanted them to be at the beginning of his career, or for sure as I thought that there would be. This is, in my opinion, the best a team has looked through 5 games since the New England Patriots of 2007. That team won their first 18 games before losing in the Super Bowl. I don't think that's going to happen this time around, but this defense is better than that Patriots defense was. Even if this offense might not be as high octane, it has more players overall that I think scare you, even if you don't think the quarterback is as good. So Niners are an all-time team already. Sorry to Niners haters.
Well,
John,
the thing that is odd, it's not like this is the first time a guy has come out of nowhere and has led a great effort. I mean, go back to 1999, Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Kurt Warner's this journeyman career backup arena football guy who comes in and leads the Rams to the Super Bowl. And maybe that's the one difference between this and Brock Purdy. Purdy didn't lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl. So had they done it last year, maybe we wouldn't be still talking about him the same way. Because you go back to 2000, the year after Kurt Warner led the Rams to the Super Bowl.
No doubters, right?
You didn't have people going, man, I still have doubts about this Kurt Warner guy. No.
And when did those doubts go away, I wonder, with him? At what point that season did people say, okay, never mind, I have to take this seriously?
Well, a lot of it was because some of this, I think, also is impacted by the franchise.
The
49ers are more of a noted franchise. The St. Louis Rams were not.
Yeah.
And, the Rams were never on national TV that season because back then you didn't have flex games and Thursday night games. So the Rams never played a Sunday night game. They never played a Monday night game that season.
Mm-hmm.
And so
there's a lot of noon games.
So they just kind of, they were a regional team, right? They were always on regional television. It wasn't until the playoffs that they really got, nationwide attention. And by that point, everyone kind of knew the story. But it is odd how some folks are still. I also wonder if the Mr. Irrelevant title.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Still is stuck with him.
Well, you saw the thing that Florio said a couple weeks ago. If his name wasn't Brock Purdy because it rhymes with turdy. He said that to Peter King. He said it's a serious take. People don't respect him because his name rhymes with turdy. He said that.
All right.
He's a respected journalist and insider.
Well, I don't know if he's respected, but he's definitely.
People respect him. All right, anyway, what's your take? Turdy.
Well,
I laughed so hard.
Robert Kraft, not Ohio State, will be Michigan's greatest rival.
Oh, that's good. Well played.
There's a story today in Cleveland.com, a column about how Jim Harbaugh is still talking about his contract. So I guess I didn't see this.
He is again?
Yes.
What?
So
Jim.
So he does his regular press session yesterday before the Indiana game.
He wants to do at least 2 games without a shirt on.
And he was asked about, his ongoing situation.
Okay.
And he said, while using his fingers to kind of draw rectangles, you know how you kind of mimic a piece of paper? You're kind of, hey, piece of paper. He wants that piece of paper in front of him. He said, quote, like anybody, and I've said it, you want to be somewhere you're wanted. Bosses like what you do and how you do it. Then they tell you that, your bosses tell you that, and it gets reflected in a contract. Bottom line is, any of us, right? We want to be somewhere that likes how you do it and what you do. So he's never shy about
he's not
throwing that out there. So
tell me more.
To branch off on my comment yesterday that I think this is the last year of Bill Belichick in New England. If Jim Harbaugh wants back in the league, I don't think he wants back in the league with a Houston Texans, for example. He was at Frisco. Frisco's a Gold Star franchise.
Want to be at Dallas, maybe?
Maybe he wants to be in New England.
Wow, that would be quite the move. I like this take.
With an owner that is used to winning, that demands excellence, that wants to win, but has allowed his head coach to operate as the head coach and general manager. That's what Harbaugh wants. Harbaugh wants to be in control. He wants to be appreciated. He wants to be paid. Where could that happen?
New England.
New England.
So this is a hot take you believe, or could we talk to
This is a hot take I believe that Robert Kraft could be Michigan's greatest rival this season.
Tough look for Ryan Day in Ohio State if that's the case.
No.
There's a lot of things that are tough looks for Ryan Day.
No, there's
then
none.
you're saying
he's a fine coach and a great American.
Who loves the artist.
Hot take I could be talked into. I'm going to college football. As again, I could be talked into it, but you're going to like this, John. Uncle. Alabama's going to win the SEC West. And maybe no, wait. Let's change this because I could be talked into it. They're going to win the whole SEC. I'm not willing to go all the way there. I could be talked into it though. They're obviously playing better as the season unfolds. They're also they're just a better team right now than they were a month ago. Meanwhile, SEC West, first of all, like their path to the title game in the SEC, I think it's not just manageable. It's like not easy, but it's in between manageable and easy. This was the year to get them. No one can. Meanwhile, Georgia, they have looked fine. Outside of Saturday, they've looked fine. Now they did boat race Kentucky. Death taxes and Alabama triggering me. I could be talked into it. They're going to win the SEC and make the playoff and then probably win the whole title, and then I'll be really sad.
Hot take I can be talked into. A guy who was many folks' choice this time last year to be Nebraska's head coach is on the hot seat.
I like this one.
Dave Aranda. This was a team that was preseason top 10 last year and ended up 6-7. And this year, they lost to Texas State.
Yuck.
If it weren't for an amazing comeback against UCF, they'd be 0-5. And then they got crushed by Texas Tech last week. I could be talked into the fact that Dave Aranda is on the hot seat at Baylor.
I like it. This is a good take.
Because they're impatient and this league is changing.
Plus, he's not a Texan.
He's not a Texan.
He's not a Texan. I like this take.
He didn't even do the Brian Kelly thing where he pretends.
He should have, yeah.
He should have been like,
hee-haw. Get out your guns.
Matt Rule didn't pretend he was a Texan, and they still love him down there.
He did pretend he was a Nebraskan, though. Remember when he was like, I love fullbacks.
But Matt Rule also won and made Baylor good.
I know, but he didn't
made
have to
them-
pretend to be a Texan to do it.
But if you lose, then it's good to pretend to be a Texan.
Right. You got to get some kind of sympathy there.
You're saying people in Texas are
No.
simpletons?
No, they're not Neanderthals wearing suits. Those are in Germany.
All right, well, there is the football hot take market.
I got a text from someone during that segment who said, F. Peter King and Mike Florio, they're both douchebags.
Wow. All right.
Okay.
Indeed. Okay,
Apparently
indeed.
not fans.
No.
Well, hopefully Josh isn't saying the same thing about Steve Sipple here in about
No,
5
I would
minutes.
never say that. I love Sipple.
Well, if he doesn't show again.
Then, yeah, we're going to have some words.
Wasn't the last time we had him on when you super triggered him?
No, I can ask a normal question and he gets mad. It's not my fault.
I did look at Josh's prep sheet, though, today, and it's a lot of NIL-based questions.
Oh, he'll love that.
It's all over the scrolls this week. Hey, did you see what Jason Peters said? Maybe I'll ask him that to begin the conversation.
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
They're in the bottom of the fifth, still 5-0 Houston, going for a
Sad.
2-1 lead in the ALDS. And Christian Javier is still shoving, as Mike Ferrin called it.
Yeah, I've never heard that term before.
Oh, I've heard it. Yeah,
Okay.
Because you kind of, when you use your plant leg on the rubber, you're kind of shoving off the rubber to help.
Sure.
So shoving.
I don't know if I'd shove off the rubber.
Well, you are. You're kind of, yeah, that's what you're doing. You're throwing your momentum. I assume that's where it comes from. That's where my logical brain went. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm not wrong about this, though. That when you want to enjoy football or sports of any kind, for that
Baseball?
matter, gambling can be fun.
Oh, yeah.
When done responsibly. And you can with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. So win or lose that $5 bet, you get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed with that first $5 bet when you join FanDuel by going to FanDuel.com/1620. And the best thing about FanDuel is even if you're not comfortable betting a game or a total, you can use player props. They got tons of player props. Passing yards, touchdowns, strikeouts if it's baseball, points if it's basketball, rebounds,
Assists.
Assists. You can do it all with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Go to FanDuel.com/1620 and let's do this, America.
Not to mention, John, live betting. I'm on the main page, sportsbook.fanduel.com right now, and this game is going on between Houston and Minnesota, and whether it's the run line, currently plus 4.5, whether it's the live money line, maybe like the Twins to have another comeback 2 days in a row in the playoffs, they're plus 1220. Do what the Braves did last night. Whether it's that, football, or more, it is available right now for you at that website. And as John said, when you go to FanDuel.com/1620, new customers, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, a vehicle fire has the right lane blocked on northbound 72nd at Blondo. Avoid it if you can. We've also got a crash in the intersection of 78th and Dodge affecting eastbound and westbound commuters. Road work also causing delays on both directions of Dodge between 72nd and Rose Blumpkin Drive. And then if you're east on I-80, delays go from 84th to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays from 72nd to 680. And then it looks like delays on 72nd for both directions between L Street and Grover. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK.
Well, I think it's important to have a full analysis of the eye so that you can make a good recommendation. A lot of the patients that we see have been told over the years, sometimes a long time ago or sometimes more recently, that there isn't an option for them. And I think that's just because they haven't had as in-depth of analysis as they need to know for sure what their options are.
And I think one of the coolest things about that entire process was how comfortable I felt. And I know as I've talked to other people who had procedures done, they said the same thing, whether it was the consultation, whether it was the day of the procedure, all of those questions were answered. And like there was genuine care for me as an individual person.
We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today, 402-558-2211, or you can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers, J-Tech Construction, at yourexteriorexperts.com.
The Madness Haunted House will terrify you to your very soul. Come your pants all over the 2 acres of fear at Pioneer Trail Orchard. Scream for 30 minutes until you can scream no more. Follow us on TikTok and Instagram. FearTheMad.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha is 1620. The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw. It would be nice to have a pro throw from your mom.
What? He's actually on? We're playing his song.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space.
Like not being on our show.
Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh!
Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Nick did the classic thing that your parents would do when they were really upset at you and really wanted to send a message. Instead of, saying that they're mad at you, nothing was worse than when your mom or your dad would say, "No, we're just really disappointed."
Not mad, we're just disappointed.
And Sip apparently took it hard. Nick said he was crying on the other end of the phone.
Oh, Sip, you don't need to cry, bro.
I mean, I feel a lot of guilt, and I'm not joking. I was driving down. I'll tell you what the impetus was to be being very on my screws today with you guys. As I was driving down, I was at 24th and L last night as you were wrapping up your show.
Oh,
and you were previewing today.
Yeah,
and you said, "But who will be on?" And maybe Sip, probably Sip, maybe not. And it was kind of snarky, but deserved. There it was. It got really real at 6:00 last night.
Oh, I need to do that more often.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna just troll Sipple.
It was fine. It was anything you would have said, I had coming. So. Anyway, here I am.
Well, it's good to have you back.
I do apologize.
Oh, it's okay. You're a busy guy.
I don't know. I mean, it's not.
You host a radio
you
show.
You don't know you're a busy guy?
You write a lot. You have a podcast. You're doing all sorts of stuff.
You're trying to police the scrolls.
Yeah, you got people being like, "Hey, did you see what Jason Peters said about name, image, and likeness?"
I heard about all that.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Well, then why don't you fill us in, Josh? What did Jason Peters say about name, image, likeness?
I don't know. I think he just said it sucks, but I don't want Sipple to get mad at me. Get mad at Jason, Sip. Don't get mad at me. Don't shoot the messenger for the second time in a month.
It's Nebraska being Nebraska. It kind of eats itself a lot of the time.
Jason's never been really known to have a whole lot of takes on the current regime, so I was a little surprised to see that he was being critical of something.
Right. Nothing surprises me anymore. But anyway.
Well, Sip, we found out Marcus Washington is out, and it's not a surprise given how it looked on Friday night and how he was all wrapped up. But now you got to figure out something, because I have to believe, Sip, teams are going to get wise to what Nebraska's doing. They're running the quarterback at a greater percentage than they ever have in their modern history, more than they did when Jamal Lord was at the trigger, more than with Eric Crouch. I mean, it's over 41% of the time the quarterback is a part of the run game. So you know what they're going to be. And at some point, they're probably going to make Nebraska throw it. The question is, who are they going to throw it to that's not named Billy Kemp or Thomas Fidone?
That's a big question. I mean, yeah, they're in a fix. I mean, let's just call it what it is. I mean, and it has a lot of ramifications. One, how do you judge Marcus Satterfield at this point? I mean, you can't. You just kind of throw all that out, right? Because you can't. If they're struggling offensively, how do you hang it on the offensive coordinator? And then the next part of the conversation is, how do you judge Heinrich Harbaugh? I mean, we're not really making. It feels like I'm a known apologist. Now I'm doing it ahead of time. But I think it's just all that goes out the window. They just got to kind of manage their way forward the best they can. And it won't be easy. They have enough left to make something work. But man, they got a lot of issues. I mean, I'm rambling at this point, but I would just finish it by saying this. I thought Anthony Grant would be like the bright spot going forward.
Me too.
That would be a player on whom you could lean. Not only has he not been productive, now we got a pretty long spiel today from the head coach that he continues to have fumble issues in practice and games. So I don't know what you're going to do offensively.
Like, how has this happened, or why has this happened? Because, I know a lot of us asked the question after the first game of the year, like, was this an issue last season? And it seemed like it wasn't with Anthony Grant. It obviously popped up in practices in August. You think that Grant is just so far in his own head at this point regarding fumbles?
No, I thought Rule was pretty. He explained it well today. I mean, I do think it's just a matter of the way Anthony carries the ball.
Yeah.
It's much different. I mean, it's really pronounced. You've noticed it with the way Heinrich Harbaugh carries the ball. It's really pronounced. It doesn't look cool, the way Heinrich carries it. It kind of looks. It looks sort of dorky, but that's the way to do it. That's the way you're supposed to do it. And Anthony Grant doesn't do it that way. He doesn't put his ball over the point of. He doesn't put his hand over the point of the ball. For instance, there's more than that. He doesn't carry it high. So I think it's just a technical issue, probably, and you hope he can solve it. Because I mean, let's face it, he should be someone on whom you can lean. He almost has to be someone on whom you can lean going forward now. I mean, look at behind him. You got Emmett Johnson, who I guess it would be number 2.
And he fumbled.
He fumbled. He's small.
Yeah.
He's 5'11", 190. He's a little back. You can't really lean on him. He can be used, but that's not a player you lean on. Fleek's not really a player you lean on. He's just moved to the position. So Anthony, I mean, it's imperative that he gets that problem solved.
I want to go back to something you said a little bit earlier. You talked about it's hard to judge a Marcus Satterfield. It's almost hard to judge Harbaugh because of all the injuries, especially at wide receiver. But on the case of Harbaugh, that doesn't necessarily mean that, you don't rule out looking at taking a good hard look at Jeff Sims over the next 10 days, does it?
The next 10 days.
Because it's before, between now and Northwestern.
I wouldn't. I mean, that's the best way. I mean, you're asking me. I can't get into the minds of Satterfield Rule. But today, I can make an attempt at it based on today.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to the audio from Rule, when I was there, it doesn't sound like that's going to happen. It doesn't sound like they're thinking about, okay, if Sims makes a move here in the next 3 or 4 practices or 5 practices, then we might just make a. It doesn't sound. We just might make a move. It doesn't sound like that at all. it just sounds like it's Heinrich's job, and that they got to keep bringing along Sims. There will continue to be competition because there always is competition. But Harbaugh, it sounded to me for the first time really like Harbaugh is the guy until he's not the guy.
So why do you think that is? Do you think that is because of Harbaugh's performances, or do you think it's because Sims is just not anywhere near as healthy as they need him to be, and it's time to start kind of preparing for that fact for the rest of the season?
No, I think I don't. I know we do this, and we always do this. And I think every fan base does it. We overanalyze a little bit. I mean, Harbaugh got kind of lucky, right? He kind of lucky in the sense that the starter went down. He was made the starter, and he took advantage of it. He took advantage of the situation. He's played pretty well. He's played well enough that he has some leeway, is the best way I can put it for you. He's earned some leeway. He's got a longer leash, all those things that we talk about. And I think, Josh, I just think it's common sense at this point. Why shake it up? I mean, I don't think Sims showed us enough in the first two games where it was like, okay, when he's healthy, you got to go back to him. And I don't think Harbaugh has played down to a level where you say the same thing. Now you got to go back to Sims. I don't think it's like that. Evidently, it's not like that in practice. Harbaugh is a guy. I mean, that's it. And if I were a Nebraska fan, I would hope that he gets incrementally better. Now, it's going to be hard, though. See, it's once again Nebraska football, so it's got to be very difficult, right? It's very hard. It's going to be hard for him because you're going to have to put a lot on his shoulders.
And doesn't that scare you? Because I mean, he was really close to at least two more interceptions, maybe more on Friday.
Scares me from that. Well, not scared, but I guess it concerns me from that standpoint, but also just from an injury standpoint. Again, in that regard, it makes sense. Jeff Sims, you're going to need him at some point partly because of what you said, John. They're running the quarterback at a higher rate than they ever have in modern history.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about how Harbaugh tires. I mean, that's one very peculiar part of the Harbaugh discussion is he needs to improve his conditioning. It sounds odd when you hear it. I don't even know if I've ever heard that when you're talking about a Nebraska quarterback. Hell, you didn't hear it with Kellogg. Not that I'm not taking a shot at him. He just wasn't.
No.
He wasn't
right.
A picture of health, So Harbaugh, by the way, is sort of a picture of health, but apparently he tires. So I don't.
So maybe
Here's the good news though. The good news is they do have Sims and they do have Ferrin. They have two experienced, capable. I call them backups. I'll just say they have two more experienced, capable quarterbacks.
So I'm not sure, Sip, how much you can improve conditioning, especially in the middle of a football season.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So could you look at it from this angle? Could you just plan it out ahead and say, guys, here's how we're going to go with this. We want to keep Heinrich as fresh as possible. So let's get him, we'll start with Heinrich, but we're going to have some series for Jeff in the middle of the game. Mm-hmm. So that Heinrich can come back in the late third, fourth quarter and finish it out. Almost look at it like a pitching situation. You got a guy on a pitch count, then you bring in a guy from the bullpen. The good news is, unlike baseball, you can substitute as much as you want.
True.
Yeah. For the sake of discussion, yeah. I think that now you're just getting into kind of a philosophical area. But
it's also a tactical area. I mean,
kind of. I don't know. It's philosophical in the sense that some people just don't like doing that. I don't like to complicate the quarterback position. That's just me. I mean, I'm not.
Same.
I don't know what.
I hate a two-man system. It sucks.
You know what? I think we overthink this.
Nah.
I think we overthink this. I really do. Because what? I mean,
because good teams don't do it, John. That's the answer. Good teams don't do it.
Osborne's teams did it.
Which teams?
The 1995 Orange Bowl, they did it.
It was the last game of a season, and they needed a spark.
And then they went back to the same guy.
That was a much different situation.
And he also did it in the 80s. He did it in the 80s with a handful of quarterbacks. He did it in the 70s with a handful of quarterbacks. It's not that unusual.
They did it. Now, 95 wasn't when you say that was out of necessity.
Yeah. Also, it's the literal last game of the season. It was a freaking national.
Okay, but
and,
he did
and Frazier hadn't played in months.
He did it in the 70s. He did it in the 80s.
But he didn't do a whole lot.
And it wasn't. And when they did it in the 70s and the 80s, my recollection, John, it wasn't like a ideal. It wasn't. They just were faltering at the position at times, and they were just looking for something. I wouldn't say that Heinrich's faltered. I mean, what you're talking about is like a system, like a planned way of operating, and it's fine. You're entitled to your opinion on this. It's just Josh's opinion and my opinion and we can differ. That I don't like to muddy up that conversation.
But if you're trying to the goal right now is to get to 6 wins. And if you got a quarterback who is getting gassed at the end of games, and you're going to be playing in some tight games the rest of the season, and those, listen, they can't play like they did offensively in the second half against Illinois and expect to get to 6 wins.
Of course not.
Just not going to happen. I'm just saying if there is a fatigue issue or wanting to condition or wanting to protect some guys because you are running them so much, this doesn't have to be a permanent solution for 2024, 2025 and beyond, but for 2023 and to get to this team to get to 6 wins, which a lot of people think is mandatory, I don't think it's a bad idea to try it. If that's a concern that you've got a quarterback who can't make it to the finish line healthy, or not healthy, but with energy.
I'm open to it. I think the answer here is you take it game by game. And right now, go into Northwestern. I would think the best course of action is keep Heinrich as the starter. He's 3-1. Now it's not. Again, I'm not saying Jeff Sims couldn't have been a healthy. Jeff Sims couldn't have been 3-1. But the fact is, he wasn't healthy, and Heinrich's 3-1. So I'm just saying, stay with him. See what that first quarter looks like, second quarter, and just go from there. And I wouldn't change unless you have to. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting what you said. We can get off this quarterback thing this way. Mandatory 6 and 6. Now, at some point, the injuries are going to affect all of this.
Yeah.
The injuries are severe enough at this point that I don't know how you can say mandatory 6 and 6.
John was speaking for others.
Yeah, I'm speaking for others. I'm famously the one that said I don't expect a bowl game this year, and I don't demand a bowl game. But I'm based on what we heard after the Minnesota game, people were already getting impatient after Minnesota, after Colorado, after Michigan. I think there are some people out there that, they won't look at all of the situation and they'll just say they got to get to 6. I'm so tired of not being in a bowl game.
Sip, along those lines, because I did want to ask you about the defense. I wonder what you think, and I guess this is another way of asking about the offense too. But how many points is the defense going to hold these final 6 teams to on average? Because I kind of wonder what we think the offense is going to have to do. I'm totally with John, and I'm guessing you are too. They can't have 4 possessions where the average starting field position is at the 40-yard line of the opponent and not come away with any points. I wonder what you think the defense is going to be able to do on a week-by-week basis, because that's going to tell a whole lot of the story. I mean, if they're not going to hold everyone to 7, but can they hold the next 6 teams on average to 17 points? Can they do that? Does it have to be better?
It's amazing you said 17, because
is that the number?
Yeah, that was the number. That's a lot to ask, particularly against Maryland on the road at Wisconsin. It is. That's a lot to ask. I don't know if you can keep Maryland to 17, but on average, yeah, I think you could do that with a 10 against Northwestern, maybe, and a 14 against Purdue and Iowa 3.
I was going to say 2.
So, yes, 17 is a workable number. It is.
I think so too.
It is. Michigan is not. I'm pretty convinced Michigan's an aberration because they look pretty freaky,
Dude, they're beating teams by 19-10 type scores every week.
I'm not sure you could take an all-star team of all of the other 11 Nebraska opponents and craft a team that beats Michigan.
No, definitely. I would take Michigan to cover that.
They're
spread.
loaded up. They're loaded up, and they're not only loaded up with talent. They're a very disciplined team.
What, one penalty in 2 weeks?
Yeah. And I don't mean to say that as if Michigan were the 71 Huskers, but it's just the difference between Michigan
And
this year
else, yeah.
and the rest of the 11 teams on Nebraska's schedule is very stark.
Oh, yeah. Boy, that's pronounced. So yeah, and I don't know. I think you got to keep. It'd be fascinating. In some ways, it'd be fun, I think, to be Rule and Satterfield right now in that offensive staff, because it is forcing creativity. Maybe there's some guys over there we don't even know about that you got to start thinking about. And that's where they're at. That's where they're at. But they're not. I mean, schedule is very fortuitous now.
Yes,
it is. You got it. You got a workable situation only because of the schedule. So that, and I guess that's right. And I guess you'd say the defense. The other part of the discussion is if I were Ed Foley, I'd be really intent on more consistency in the special teams.
Ugh.
I mean, if you can get that going at a higher level, then that would help a lot too. It's been okay, but it's been so.
It's just up and down.
Yeah. Body.
Sip. Thank you.
What a lovely conversation.
Great conversation.
Really is. The quarterback thing is interesting. And this offensive situation they're in is it's unfortunate. I feel badly for the guys because they got something going, I think. And now you got to deal with, it's just really hard. They've lost a lot. They've just lost too much.
And everybody in Iowa says, you ain't got it that bad.
That game is going to have like 12 total points.
All of them scored by the Iowa special teams.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh.
All right, Sip, enjoy the idle week.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You
Bye,
bet.
Sipple.
Steve Sipple of the fine folks at HuskerOnline.com. I think you can. I'm not usually a 2-quarterback guy, but I think for a year like this, you're trying to piece things together to get to the finish line, and the finish line is get to 6 wins. And I don't think it's a terrible idea. I know the old axiom: if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have.
See, but you say that and you agree with it.
I normally do, but this is an unusual
So what's the world? You're putting
situation.
him in for a tired Harburg, and then what if Sims is awesome though? So
Then he
take him?
plays.
So you take him?
Cool. Great. So what?
I just worry about how the team handles something like that. Like, stick with the guy.
He got shot in the
Eh.
penis.
Oh, penis!
Well, it's 6-0 now, Houston.
Oh, rats!
It happened during SIP, but
First
I
of all,
find
in
a good
this day and age where
place to put
teams
the penis.
where teams can be flipped out in a change of a mind with the transfer portal, you really worry about how a team locker room is going to take it?
In the course of the season, I do.
I don't.
What if it cost them a bowl game because they were flipping and flopping?
But if they did
flop.
if they did it for a good reason, if Matt Rule is going to be consistent about the guy who gives us the best chance to win plays, if you are setting an expectation, there's no better position to do that than at quarterback, because he's the guy that everybody looks to. If you're setting that bar and saying this is what we're going to be, you want that quarterback to be held at least as accountable as everybody else on that team. Now, and this isn't even necessarily a conversation about accountability. This is about how do we manage a game to get to the finish line. And if there is a conditioning factor, which they've said, does it sounds crazy, but I don't think it.
No, I was saying him having conditioning issue, I think is pretty wild to me.
But if it's true,
no, I'm not saying they're liars. I'm just saying it's like that stinks. Like that shouldn't be something you have to worry about with your quarterback. I know he is running the ball,
but he's running the ball.
Heinrich, come join me, man.
He's running. It's too late now. You're not going to change, especially.
Come join me in the offseason.
You're not going to change it in the middle.
We'll hit the trails together. All another quarter. Come run with me, Heinrich.
But that's just. I think sometimes you do have to kind of throw caution to the wind, and
that's a killer.
You're trying to get to the finish line.
I will say this, and there will probably be more time to talk about this because there's
another day.
They're not playing a game this weekend, but I think there's a very real discussion to be had about what type of coaching job it would be if they're able to scrap their way to 6 wins with this. Like, I know people are pissed at various points this year, and they looked like crap, and they lost the Colorado game, and they shouldn't have lost to Minnesota, and Michigan was garbage, blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it. But if this group now is able to go 3-3, I don't care how easy the Big Ten West is. This would be quite the coaching job to overcome all of those issues. Right now they're down to their second stringer at quarterback, their third stringer who they basically have to bench but can't at running back, their fourth receiver. The offensive line is the offensive line at Nebraska. I mean, that'd be a hell of a coaching job, man. Hell of a coaching job.
Well, when we come back, we'll compare Nebraska to the rest of the teams left on its schedule. We've got a little data to share with you, and we'll do that next. It is 6-0 Houston, bottom of the 6th. Minnesota getting walked all over the place.
How many runners have they left on today?
Yeah, that's a good question.
A lot.
I think it's...
While you look up that, I'm going to read this tweet from Jordan. Nick couldn't find a good place to put the penis. Man, sex education is really falling off. Nick is a Florida man, so it makes sense from that regard.
Half Florida man.
Half Florida man.
Left on base for Minnesota.
They did just leave the bases loaded.
7. They've left 7 on.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised. It's actually
does seem more. Does seem like more. 16-20 in the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Bacon is the most flavorful food in the whole world.
Bacon to a baby, and then give the baby a piece of sausage. The look on the child's face when they eat the bacon, mind blowing.
Can you trust a child for your food takes, and that's your problem?
Yes,
that's the problem.
Yes, there you go.
Hey, look at this baby. That baby knows.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Spectacular weather into early evening with the sunny skies, the temperatures in the upper 60s. Partly cloudy tonight, not as chilly. Lows drop back into the upper 40s and lower 50s, and then partly cloudy and breezy on Wednesday. High in the mid-70s, then watching out for evening storms. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a wreck blocking the right shoulder on the southbound South Expressway over in Council Bluffs near 30th Street. Otherwise, if you're headed west on I-80, delays start at 60th going all the way to Giles. Bring your patience if you're on westbound I-80 tonight. Delays on eastbound L Street starting at about 108th going to 90th. And then we've got significant delays on Dodge for both directions between 90th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
We've got big news for Nebraska Pick 5 fans. The jackpot now grows by $10,000 each time it's not won. Plus, the price for matching 4 numbers has gone up from $450 to $500. Nebraska Pick 5 top prize odds, 1 in 685,000.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is always looking to make your game day bigger and better. Cheer on your favorite team this season in front of a 22-foot LED video wall showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere else you can look with a state-of-the-art audio and video system. Enjoy a big old pizza or award-winning char-buffed wings. There's just no better way to do your game day. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road. And for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
You don't need that cake. I'm going to eat your cake.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Real quick before we get to the data.
Data, baby. Data.
John, you're not going to like this email, but I'm going to read it anyway. From Brett. The reason I disagree with going with a 2-quarterback system in this regard is because this team has already shown a propensity to fumble the ball. They have rarely had clean handoffs. They've thrown the ball in dangerous situations or put the ball in dangerous locations for a defender to make a play on it. I know you were asking running backs to get used to 2 different quarterbacks, handing them the ball, your lone single receiver to get used to catching a ball from 2 different style throwing arms. I just think it would be a recipe for disaster.
No.
Oh, yes, it would.
No, that's okay. We're way overthinking this here. I mean, they literally practiced with Jeff Sims all off season.
But you know how it is going back and forth between quarterbacks. They talk about it all the time. How you got to get used to this. You got to get used to that.
I'm not saying they're alternating every player, every series, but maybe a guy comes in for a quarter. Or again, this is all to, if we're going off the assumption that Harbaugh is getting tired at the end of games, and you know how important it is to be able to finish strong. Remember, fourth quarter, got to win the fourth quarter. Well, if you want him at his best, and this is a way you can get to it, I think it's a way you can get to it. It's an idea. There are no bad ideas at this point.
I mean, there can be bad ideas.
I think way too many people, it's kind of like the old argument about, analytics versus non-analytics. And people get so entrenched in their old school opinions that they can't open their minds to a new way of thinking. And sometimes desperation, and we're getting close to desperation, can lead you to try to do things that maybe are a bit outside. Matt Rule himself was asked about it 2 weeks ago and said, I'm not against a 2-quarterback system.
I can still be critical of it. I don't like it.
Listen, I'm not a huge fan of it.
I know, but you're really arguing for it.
This year, for this team, based on these circumstances.
I am surprised, though, again, just given the propensity that this group has had to fumble the ball. I'm surprised that, this is the group of guys that you want to, put in a situation
where
they're
making it sound like it's a guarantee that they're going to turn the ball over more because they're playing 2 different quarterbacks. I don't believe that's necessarily
Or
the case.
I don't know. I think that they'll turn the ball over, though, because that's what
they could turn the ball over, keeping Harbaugh in there by himself. As we pointed out yesterday, the dude nearly threw at least 2 more interceptions.
I know, but so then why not just do Sims?
Well, you could.
That's what I would say. If you are that worried about Harbaugh, just do Sims.
But if you're a Harbaugh, if Sip is right and they're going with Harbaugh as much as
that's a wild card in this situation, certainly
they are, then and you're also worried about him getting to the finish line, I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. If provided that Sims doesn't come in and start turning the ball over left and right.
God, that'd be the worst case, right? He starts or he comes into a game and he fumbles right away.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be good.
So, the folks over Bud Davis does a great job. J. Bud Davis, if you follow him on Twitter at J. Bud Davis, likes to tweet out these graphic charts of quality of offense and defense, and this is all based on analytics.
EPA per
adjusted play. EPA, which is expected points allowed per play.
Added per play.
Environmental Protection Agency.
It's kind of like a war for a team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wins above replacement.
Like Dax was horrible on Sunday. His EPA was bad. He had negative EPA.
So on the chart, the higher up a team is, the better the defense. So defense is on the
we always do this. X.
Defense is, that's
X.
the Y.
That's
the Y.
Y is up and down.
Yeah, that's
X
the
is horizontal.
That's the vertical. The
Okay.
horizontal, left and right. The
And then
further to
Z
the
is
right you are, the better the offense you have. So where you want to be is in the upper right quadrant.
Because that means you have a good offense and a good defense.
Correct.
Great and great.
Well, Nebraska right now, according to this, through 6 weeks, They're above the cut line on defense, so they're in the upper tier of defenses.
So it matches
and this
with
is Power
what,
5. This is Power 5.
Yeah, matches with what you would kind of expect.
They're not as far to the left in terms of bad offense. They're certainly not Iowa, who is the furthest left you can be.
Go Hawks.
By the way, this is Power 5 and independent, because I was like, well, wait, why is UMass on here? But yeah, independent.
Yeah, Power 5 and independent.
Yeah. Iowa is obviously a really good defense, one of the best in the country, but they are as far left as you can go of any of the programs that are on this list.
To give you an idea where Nebraska is, they're kind of on a similar plane defensively with schools like Auburn,
Clemson,
North Carolina, Florida State, and Washington, and Notre Dame. Offensively, they're at the same basic level as, believe it or not,
Penn State. How about that, man?
Purdue, Illinois.
Yeah.
And certainly much better than Iowa.
Yeah.
So now I'm just comparing. So the next three opponents, who are, of course, Northwestern, Purdue, Michigan State.
Yeah.
Purdue is about the same level offensively, but worse defensively than Nebraska. Northwestern is worse in both categories, defensively by a significant margin.
Yeah.
And Michigan State is far worse offensively than Nebraska, but actually at just a slightly higher plane defensively than the Huskers.
Yeah, so essentially, I mean, looking at this, I don't know what you think. My thought is, yep, this matches up with what I thought. Northwestern is the worst team that they are going to play because they are in their own little area. I would actually go Purdue maybe slightly easier than Michigan State. It just kind of depends on how you view a team that is really good defensively but horrific offensively, though that's a road game. So, again, you can kind of hem and haw your way through which of those two teams is tougher.
Then the last three opponents, Maryland, Wisconsin, Iowa. We've already mentioned Iowa. Iowa better defensively, but far worse offensively.
Seriously, that game is going to be a slobber knocker, as they used to call them.
Maryland.
They used to call them that?
Maryland is right on the cut line in terms of what separates good offense or good defense from bad defense.
Yeah, they're essentially an average defense,
but they are better offensively.
That's
Wisconsin is better in both categories. They're better, a little bit better offensively, and they're a little bit better defense.
So this is the argument that this makes is, in my opinion, Wisconsin's the toughest team, and it's a road game.
Yes.
So it would be toughest, and then Maryland.
Yes.
You can make an argument that Iowa is actually easier than even like a Michigan State or a Purdue. Just depends on how you view that game.
Just if you're curious about the best of the best.
Yeah.
Washington and Southern Cal and LSU are the best offensive teams, and by a pretty good margin over the next group.
They're in their
which
own
includes
little
Oklahoma, Michigan, and Oregon.
Yeah, they're in their own little world.
And defensively, those near the top, Michigan, Oklahoma, Oregon,
Ohio
State, Georgia, Texas, Iowa.
But Georgia a little lower than those teams. Oklahoma being essentially, I would say, is like the furthest in where you want to be. Kind of surprises me. You know, it just shows how much improvement they made in
And
year
by the
two.
way, these numbers are adjusted for the opponents that they played.
Correct. So it's not, well, they beat a bunch of crap.
Right.
No,
so
no,
this
they
is all
adjusted.
opponent adjusted.
Yeah.
So it kind of weighs all that in based on who you played.
Riley says, Iowa's as far left as you can go is not what I expected to hear going into an election year.
Iowa did vote for Obama twice.
Oh, people forget, Nick. They would have voted for him for a third time if they could have.
One of the first states to legalize gay marriage.
Oh, of course. You Dems are always looking to break the Constitution. They should have let him run again.
I forgot that you haven't seen a movie. I was referencing a movie.
Yeah. Also, people like FDR.
People forget about FD. He won it 4 times.
That's the reason why they put that amendment in.
Man, he was a beast. He just kept winning, and then he died.
And then he was just rolling along.
Wow, Nick.
What?
Jeez.
It's an FDR joke. It's fine.
No, it's not. That's a joke about people
who have polio.
Wow, I would expect that from him, but not from you.
Wow, that's cruel. I would never make a joke like that.
Yeah, you would. You love those jokes. Oh, wait, I forgot. As our listener Josh said, that he's politically correct, John.
Yeah, I'm PC.
The chip guy.
I always
I'm
forget.
the one that Jeff wants Jeff Sims because I'm PC.
I always forget about John being a PC boy now.
All right, coming up next in content.
What do we got today, John?
We're going to see if Josh is going to rise to the defense of his quarterback.
I keep telling you, no, but we can pretend.
And, well, Packer fans.
Will they rise to defense of their quarterback?
Will they be happy with the words of Jair Alexander?
Ooh.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Let me get you up to speed on the service that you need.
Brian recently had us tow his all-wheel drive Mercedes from another shop. He was told it needed a new transmission for over $4,000. As it turned out, the reason he had no forward was because his front CV axle was bad. We replaced the axle for a few $100 and he was back on the road.
Transmission, shifting to running smooth. O'Reilly.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and friction and reduce wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99. Limit supply. See store for details. Get Syntec only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Husker football suffered yet another devastating injury as head coach Matt Rule announced wide receiver Marcus Washington has torn his ACL. He'll look for freshmen Jalen Lloyd, Jaden Doss, and Malachi Coleman to step up.
All three of them have come a long way. They've gotten better and better and better. They appeared ready to go on Friday night. This is a great week for them to, we went out and practice today. So those guys need to step up, and I'm sure they will.
Rule said he's never had this many injuries on one side of the ball.
I've never been a part of this, to be honest with you, this many offensive injuries and defections. You come out of last spring, obviously you're thinking Eric's going to be a big part of things. Unfortunately, Eric's gone through what he's gone through, right? Xavier leaves the team, Isaiah gets hurt, Marcus gets hurt, Ramir gets hurt, Gabe gets hurt. So I think the offensive staff's doing a great job of coaching.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all Nebraska Huskers football fans. Get ready for an electrifying season of college football with Tickets for Less. Experience the thrill of the game and witness the power of a new era under our exciting new head coach. And here's the best part. Use promo code THEZONE to score incredible savings on your Husker tickets from Tickets for Less. Whether you're cheering from the stands at Memorial or plan to catch a game on the road, Tickets for Less has the seats you need. Don't miss out on this opportunity to be part of the Huskers journey. Visit ticketsforless.com and use promo code THEZONE today.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust.
Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Twins did score.
Penis.
Say it, John.
6-1.
Say penis, John.
I did. I said 6-1, Houston.
You guys play that game in school back then, or is it
What?
too long ago?
Oh, no, we used to do that in middle school. It was great. We also
you
did
just say the
moaning.
word louder and louder and louder and louder.
We also did that with moaning, where you moan
Nick,
louder and louder
you're
and louder.
disgusting.
We were middle school boys. That's
We'll
disgusting
apologize
part
to
of it.
everyone out there who was alive when they voted for FDR for the last segment. And all of the inappropriate
Yeah,
jokes.
I can't believe it.
Hey, now that I know that we crossed the line at FDR jokes, it's on me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can't wait to see what he says about Abe Lincoln.
Last night, Jordan Love attempted 11 passes of over 5 yards. He completed 6 of them. 3 to his team and 3 to the Raiders. What the hell?
Well, you could say Jordan Love was a big fan of
what, John?
What, John?
Just broke myself up. I said it and I also forgot his name. Of John Wilkes Booth, because everything he threw was at close range.
Wow, we are making Abe Lincoln
As
jokes.
somebody who had the over on a measly 200 yards passing for Jordan Love last night, hit the other 2 with flying colors. Good Lord.
Not great, John. That offense looked rough. The Raiders are stinky. They're
the
not,
Raiders are not
good.
good.
The Raiders are trying to give the game away. Hey, it's 4th and 1. Let's kick a 50-yard field goal. Whee! And then it went doink. Jordan Love's a tough hang. I said it earlier in the crossover. He throws the ball like he's Aaron Rodgers. He drops back and he does all this goofy stuff, and then he throws it, and it's incomplete all the time.
But Aaron Rodgers trained him.
Not great. Not great at all.
What do you make of this rather blunt assessment of the Packers offense by defensive back Jair Alexander? Jair Alexander.
Here's Jair Alexander after the game last night.
Yeah, I think at this point it's pretty obvious that the defense has to not give up any touchdowns. I think that's a part of being self-critical of our defense because, the offense is pretty young, and they're still figuring out their mojo. So, the defense, we gotta be the ones to score and stop them from scoring.
Oh my gosh. So earlier with Sipple, if you missed it, I asked a question of how many points per game on average will Nebraska's defense have to allow if they're going to go to a bowl? And we all kind of settled on 17 points. He's doing me one better. We have to hold them to 0 points, and we have to score the touchdowns. Not great, John.
He was both nice and mean in the same. Because in the middle, he said, "Well, they're young, and they're trying to get their mojo, but pretty
Tiny
much we have
baby
to do
boys.
all the work."
Yeah.
Yikes.
Not great.
While we're on the subject of last night's football game, Raiders owner Mark Davis, who's 68 years old, was spotted in the owner's box next to an attractive young lady. Reportedly, the 26-year-old woman is dating Davis. Knowing how goofy Davis looks with this $2 haircut, it's pretty obvious what's going on here, right? Right?
True love.
Oh, yeah. True love.
True love.
True love.
Here's what I always think about, John, and this just says a whole lot about me as I've gotten older. I don't think about this from the perspective of body parts touching and old and moldy versus
Touching
young
me,
and
touching
tight.
you.
I think of the conversations. What are they discussing? They sit down for dinner. I'm how much older am I than Nick? 9 years, and I'm like, man, sometimes I just can't relate at all. He's how many years older than this young lady?
I've got cousins 3 years younger than me, and I can't relate to
Exactly.
them.
She's in TikTok, and he's like, I'm going to Walgreens to cut my hair. This is just so weird. People are weird.
People are weird, but they also know a good bank account when they see one.
I love good bank accounts. Maybe I'll have one someday.
Same.
Maybe I'll marry Mark Davis.
Oh. Maybe Mark will buy me a $40 t-shirt from
There
the
we
wrestling show.
there we go, Nick.
In his weekly news conference yesterday, Mario Cristobal finally took some ownership over Saturday's loss, telling the media, I made the wrong call. Before adding his team does indeed practice taking a knee. We don't do it on Saturday, and we should have. All's well now, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is so elementary.
There was a team in Miami that did do it.
It is so elementary.
Did you see? There was a listener who reached out to us, sent videos. They have not taken a knee at any point this season. Now, like in those other games, they've been up by scores like 28-3 or 38-3, so it doesn't matter. But they just don't take knees. I hope that the next time that they are up big, they're at home and they have to take a knee, and that they get the biggest Bronx cheer.
Oh, they absolutely will.
Oh, I want it so bad.
At least for the 5 Miami fans that will be left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Riley sends in a picture that says Mark Davis in the booth, and it's a really old guy with a woman at the outlet. Who is that guy? Who's this old guy?
No, but her name. She was the Playboy Playmate.
Okay, that makes sense when I can see it.
But she was like in her 20s.
Oh, you can see it.
And he was like 90.
Nice. Yeah, that was.
I'm trying to remember her name.
Maybe he just listened to a lot of AM radio.
Maybe he listened to a lot of AM radio.
You're
Put us in your
welcome.
pants,
Josh. We don't want to open up any old wounds, but we do need your reaction to this post-game analysis from Sunday night. Here's former Niners safety Dante Whitner on Dak Prescott being Tier 4 quarterback.
We welcome Dante to your show, Dante. What is your overall first take about this 42-10 butt whooping by the 49ers?
Dak Prescott sucks.
Oh, my God.
Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up.
And he called him a Tier 4 quarterback.
So now I have to defend him. He's not a Tier 4 quarterback. He's like a Tier 3 quarterback.
So
He's not
splitting
that.
hairs here. With
I mean,
old Dante.
how many tiers are there?
I don't know. Who
I
do you
need to
think
know
is
the number.
very worst quarterback currently in the league compared to the very best?
That's a fun question. Who is the worst quarter? I mean, look, is he better than Mac Jones? Obvious.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is.
Yeah.
The Patriots are averaging 11 points per game right now. Is he a Tier 1? No. Tier 2? No. I'd say he's probably Tier 3.
But what about, I mean, the technical aspect when he talked about, I mean, he literally cut off half the field. They make all the throws easy, you know, and they talked about it during the broadcast about this Texas Coast offense.
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, a lot of this is a lot of shorter throws.
Yeah.
Are you taking too much of the one skill that I think Dak does have that I don't know it's totally it's debatable is he can make big plays. He's got a healthy arm. He's mobile.
Not as mobile as he used to be, sadly. That's gone away. I mean, like
right, but are they taking too many deep plays away from him?
Yeah, they have very little deep offense right now. They had one play in particular, and I mentioned this in the crossover, reading my favorite Cowboys writer does a film study on Tuesdays for the offense. They had deep play, and he threw it out of bounds. And Bob Sturm, the writer, goes, you can't throw this out of bounds. You have to throw it so your wide receiver either makes a great play or gets a pass interference. You can't throw it out of bounds. I think he's lost a lot of confidence. I don't know if he totally trusts the offense right now either, which I think is a big problem too. I think they're still learning it, which not great when you got an awesome defense who played like crap on Sunday too.
Here was Kentucky coach Mark Stoops' response to his radio show to his team's 51-13 loss at Georgia.
His what loss?
His 51.
51-13 loss at Georgia. Fans have the right to complain. I just encourage them to donate more because that's where these dudes are doing. I can promise you, Georgia, they bought some pretty good players. They're allowed to these days. We could use some help.
You know what he reminds me of? It's like a politician. It's like, hey, we have an election coming up. We need your money to defeat the other side. And then you give them the money. And then the next election comes up and they're like, hey, we still need your money to defeat the other side. This is the time that we're going to do it with your money. We just need your money. Mark Stoops is a politician. Like, bro, that's the response. Like, yeah, obviously, I know what he's getting at. They need better players, but woof.
Bark.
Yeah, there's a little
Bark
campaigning in there, and Kentucky just happened to be the wrong team in the wrong place at the wrong time when Georgia finally decided we're going to go out and look like we're supposed to.
Yeah, not great.
Time for a check on the Brian Ferrin-someter. You know, Iowa is 5-1 and in control of their own destiny to win the West in its final year. Do you think the new AD rips up the drive for 325 contract and just lets Brian be if Iowa secures another division crown?
Well, they're 106 in the country in points. They're at 21.8 points per game. They got better running the football thanks to one long run. They're in the top 100 now in rushing.
Oh, let's go Iowa.
But
Good
they're
for you.
still
Go
second
Hawks.
to last in yards per attempt passing, and that's probably not going to get any better. But would it surprise you? Let's say Iowa
Yes.
muddles its way.
They have to win this weekend against Wisconsin.
Let's say they muddle their way to a division title. Would it surprise you if they just said, hey, we still won? No problem. Kirk, you're going to get your bonus like you always get. And here's another bonus. You get to make your own choice on your kid.
Well, as you said a couple weeks ago when we discussed this, they don't have to fire him.
No.
So would that surprise me? No. I actually kind of think that's – I don't know if they'll win the division. I still don't think that they are going to be able to hold up against like a Wisconsin. Like they're going to lose more. They're not going to go 11-1. But I guess maybe they lose to Wisconsin and Wisconsin loses a couple games.
If they did.
No, it wouldn't. You don't want that. I don't want Michigan winning another Big Ten title game against them 49-3 or
It
whatever.
doesn't matter who they play in the conference title game. It's probably going to be that
It's
score.
going to be absolutely terrible.
And besides, you picked the wrong team. It's Ohio State.
Do they do a second
Ohio,
place game?
No, Ohio State.
They do a second place game.
No, they don't do a second place
Oh,
game.
then how's Ohio State playing Iowa in the Big Ten championship?
Because they're going to be the East Division champion.
Oh, okay.
Ew.
No.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The NHL season is here. But you guys knew that. We got a game on right now.
Hell yeah, we do.
Right
Tampa,
there.
Nashville.
Want to do me a favor and peruse those Stanley Cup Finals lines on FanDuel? Who do you like to win it all?
Stanley Cup final, first of all, Nick. No S in final.
My bad.
All good. So the Avs are the favorites coming into the year, John, at plus 850. My Red Wings, for those who are wondering, are plus 7,000. They're near the bottom of the odds chart. I'm going to give you a team that was really good last year and then fell apart in the postseason. Do you remember the Boston Bruins, the greatest regular season team of all time, and they lost in the first round? Give me Boston at 17-1. It's been like a year since that city won a championship. It's finally time for them to get their due. Boston, 17-1.
It's Canada's sport. I always root for the Canadian team.
Let's go. Which one?
Edmonton is at the highest of the Canadian teams at 10-1, just ahead of the Maple Leafs.
Leafs, not Leaves.
Leafs at 11-1. Edmonton.
I like it.
Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers.
Their logo
Miami
is
Dolphins
sweet.
They
#1.
do have a nice
Go
logo.
Edmonton. By the time that the Stanley Cup final is being played, the sun will be setting at 9:30. And it'll be 100 degrees outside. And football will almost be back. Yay. John will be triggered because I'll be like, fall's going to be here soon. And they'll be like, my summer.
Then we'll be playing all summer long.
Oh.
All right. Bet of the day is next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Maybe just now you were like, whoa, summer. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. But before then, you're going to have a lot of activities where it's going to be a bit colder. Sometimes you'll be outside and the snow will be falling. And if you're like the old me or perhaps current Nick, you'll be rocking glasses. And don't you hate it when the snowflakes get on the glasses? And then what do? You get in your car because you got to go home after scraping your window or go to the office after scraping the window. And then you clean them up. But what do you have in your car? Nick, do you have glasses cleaner? No, you probably don't. And I imagine many of our listeners don't. So what do? Well, you use your t-shirt. And then what do? You put them on and you see all the streaks. And you're like, crap, this is going to be a really annoying drive. And I'm going to have to deal with this for 20 minutes, if not longer, because of the snowstorm. I don't have that problem anymore. So now when I get annoyed by bad weather, I'm just annoyed by the weather, but I can see clearly out the windows as I make my way home. Before then, before it snows, you could be seeing better. In fact, you could be seeing better by next weekend. Could be possible. First step, though, is to reach out to Kugler Vision today for a consultation. Do so by visiting their website, kuglervision.com, or calling them at 402-558-2211. Again, it's kuglervision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit uet.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road in McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
Are you ready for your best year of health yet?
Join Nebraska Medicine for Break for Breakfast, a free drive-through event that could make a life-saving difference.
On Friday morning, October 13th, drive through one of 3 locations between 6:30 and 8:30 for a free breakfast and crucial cancer screening information.
Did you know that early detection is key when it comes to fighting cancer?
That's right. And at Break for Breakfast, you'll get information about different types of cancer screenings without leaving your car.
And don't forget, a free and delicious breakfast.
Mark your calendar for October 13th from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. and head over to one of these locations: Omaha Home for Boys off 52nd and Ames Street, Shadow Lake Town Center off 72nd Street and Highway 370, or Village Point Health Center just south of Dodge near 175th and Burke Streets.
Visit nebraskamed.com/breakfast for all the drive-through event details. That's nebraskamed.com/breakfast.
It's time for the fall haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the fall haul at Northern Tool. Back up the truck for the season's biggest event and save on generators, power tools, trailers, and more. Shop in store or at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
We created a simple PDF that gives you everything you need to know about branding, designing, and building a website that increases revenue. Download the website playbook for free at jmonline.com. If you're considering a website project but not sure who to hire, go to jmonline.com and download the free website playbook. It's a guide to a high-performing website. That's jmonline.com.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
We're pretty cool guys.
We are pretty cool guys.
Pretty cool guys.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday we all lost because we all had the Packers. Well, Joey and I had the Packers. John had Jordan Love to pass the ball well, essentially.
Not just to get to 200 yards.
To pass the ball kind of okay.
I didn't play, so I did win, but you could argue.
Well, you won on over the weekend because Max Verstappen did something. Didn't he win his sprint thingy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you won then.
No, he didn't win the sprint.
What?
Oh, you gave him credit.
No, I thought that he did. I Googled it, and it said that he won it.
He won the race. The sprint was Piastri.
Okay, well, Nick, you're down like 1,000 then. Give me, isn't it called a Texas two-step? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a dance.
Rangers tonight, Astros tomorrow, sadly, plus 254.
I'm going to do a same-game parlay of the Rangers on the money line and starting pitcher Nathan Eovaldi, that's spelled EOVALDI, over 4.5 strikeouts.
Nick, what is that, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. 186 plus 186.
Just give me the Kraken plus 142.
Kraken plus 142. It's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
There you go. Tomorrow is Wednesday.
What do we got?
Shave.
Awesome.
Mitch Holtis.
Awesome.
Dumb debates.
Oh, even better. Even better.
Are we going to ask Mitch if Travis Kelce got hurt because Taylor Swift wasn't there?
I wasn't planning on it. John, were you planning on it?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
No.
Sorry, Nick.
We're a sports show. We talk about sports.
We stick to sports.
And keeping your radio in your pants.
Bye!
1620